uncles, who was my father's elder brother, he was a big influence on me. I think I learned about work ethic, integrity, and responsibility from him, which I think stayed with me for quite a bit. Of course, he's now no more, but his influence stays on in the whole family, actually, quite a bit.
Alok?
I think the first name I would like to say, actually, Yashish, my co-founder. Personally, we are chalk and cheese, very, very different personalities, very, very different outlook for everything that we do. But we are joined at the hip for the 17 years, 18 years now. So it worked out very well for us. And outside of two of us, maybe then it's Sanjeev Bikchandani from InfoEdge. He was the first person to put in the check. And today also for a lot of things we reach out to him for advice, and we have learned a lot directly and indirectly both. Sometimes his actions of how he's built Naukri and how he's built the team and culture there as influencers. So yeah, these two people maybe.
So one final question. Sachin, Jiten, any plans of listing anytime soon, joining the other two stalwarts in the public markets?
At least for me personally, very far away. So I don't think so. I have any aspiration to come close to Vijay.
In public market, nobody is close or far.
So for us, we have reached a stage where actually we have like 20 million users monthly active, 40 million ever used on the platform. It's gone to a very decent stage. Now we are at a place where we can use more capital. And I think public markets is the best source of capital. That's what I believe. If you can handle the pain or what comes with it, I think. So definitely the plan is to go FY26. Ideally, we would like to be IPO'd if we can.
So there we go. I think people at the back, I think they're all recording. So I think we're good to go. I think thank you so much, everybody. Big round of applause for all the contributions.
Informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Day of Startup Mahakumbh 2025. My name is Sahil Bajaj and I'll be the host for the day along with my co-host Mehak Dhawan in the house. I'm overjoyed to see so many bright faces. The past 2 days have been incredible, of fresh ideas and brilliant insights that light up India's startup scene. So can we please have 3 cheers before we begin for Startup Mahakumbh 2025. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Yes, we'll keep up the same energy throughout the day. And it's time to introduce the high-spirited panelists on stage with us. Ladies and gentlemen, our first session is about startups driving innovation and R&D for Viksit Bharat 2047 that we are talking. We launch into startups driving innovation and R&D for Viksit Bharat 2047. Our brilliant moderator, Shri Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, KDEM, will lead this deep dive. And we would like to thank Mr. Gupta for joining us here.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to meet our powerhouse panelists. So let me take a pleasure and invite them on stage, and definitely I want all your claps as we invite them on stage. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Vikram Gupta, founder of IVY Group. Thank you so much for igniting fresh ideas with your innovative spirit. We also have Mr. Naganand Doraswamy, managing partner and founder of Idea Spring Capital. Thank you so much for nurturing dreams and brilliant startups from the ground up. We also have Dr. Arvind Gupta, CEO of Digital India Foundation. Sir, your efforts in driving digital change are truly appreciated. And we also have Shri Paneerselvam Madan Gopal, CEO of Meti Startup Hub. Thank you for leading in passion and of course your vision.
Thank you, Mehak. And of course, our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta again. Sanjeev ji, what a fresh morning and high-spirited panelists, as I can see already on the stage. We are surely looking forward for this panel discussion. Everyone, can we just make some noise one more time? All right, let's begin the day. Let's begin the day.
Over to our moderator.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Are you charged up in the morning today? Lovely. You have this high spirit panelist, which is the investor also here sitting, the bureaucrats sitting here, the policy makers, the largest hub of the startups incubators are sitting here on the panel. And we are looking at a question mark on what? The question mark on R&D led innovations and entrepreneurship coming out from the country. Well, हमें बड़ी खुशी है कि आज 1,25,000 प्लस स्टार्टअप्स हमारे पास हैं इंडिया में रजिस्टर्ड, 110 यूनिकॉर्न्स हैं। ताली बनती है इसके लिए। अगर 110 यूनिकॉर्न्स हैं और वो इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, तो फिर हमारा जो देश है वो 1% जीडीपी R&D पे क्यों टिका हुआ है? जबकि यूएस जो है वो करीब 3% है और इजराइल जो है तकरीबन 5% R&D पे काम करता है। और उस R&D बजट के बेसिस पे इतने बेहतरीन प्रोडक्ट्स निकल के बाहर आते हैं, जहां पर आपको लगता है कि अगर हमें कहीं से कुछ कॉपी करना है तो शायद हम वहां लेके चले जाएंगे। और अगर ऐसा है तो कल एक जिक्र हो रहा था कि भारत का जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सिस्टम डेवलप होगा 2047 में, वो कैसा होगा, एक वर्ड निकालना था। तो एक पैनलिस्ट ने वहां बात छेड़ी और उसमें बोला गया कि भारत का एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इकोसिस्टम और इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम, अरविंद जी, ऐसा होगा जैसे ध्रुव तारा, जो पूरे वर्ल्ड को दिशा दिखाएगा कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इनोवेशन होता क्या है। तो अगर ऐसा होना है तो मुझे इनसे कुछ सवालात करने हैं, और वो सवालात को जिस तरह से करने हैं कि बड़े शॉर्ट एंड क्रिस्प आंसर्स, बट आई वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट इफ रियली वी वांट टू मेक एन R&D led innovation and entrepreneurship in the country, how do we do this? So my first question to Arvind ji is you. हम देश सोच रहे हैं कि $10 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी हमारी पैदा होगी हमारे देश से। उसमें अगर हम स्टार्टअप्स का योगदान देखें और हम देखें कि उसमें अकेला स्टार्टअप का योगदान नहीं बल्कि R&D led innovations का योगदान कैसे होगा, और क्या आप उसमें कितने पॉजिटिव हो कि वो होके रहेगा?
संजीव, थैंक यू। मैं इंग्लिश में बात करूंगा, हिंदी इंग्लिश, बिकॉज आई थिंक वी हैव द फुल भारत रिप्रेजेंटेड हियर। देश के हर कोने से महाकुंभ में लोग आए हैं, और महाकुंभ का तात्पर्य यही होता है कि महाकुंभ, ये स्टार्टअप का महाकुंभ है। प्रयागराज में आपने देखा ही क्या हुआ है। सो देखिए, सबसे पहली थीम जो आपने पूछी R&D, इसका थोड़ा सा हमारा जो पैनल डिस्कशन जो टॉपिक लिखा था वो उल्टा होना चाहिए। R&D led innovation for Viksit Bharat 2047, not the startups other way around. In the value chain, R&D has to come first. But मैं इससे पहले I want to make a very important statement. I think there is a lot of noise and media around what is India doing in startups. See, we are doing everything. That's a very important thing. In India, we don't live in an or world. We live in an and world. And world means what? We do startups which are frugal, R&D, deep tech, innovation. We do startups, 9 years ago when we started Startup India, the Prime Minister launched it in 16 January 2016, we had 400 odd startups in India. आज भारत के अंदर 1,60,000 प्लस स्टार्टअप्स हैं, 120 यूनिकॉर्न हैं, हर तरह के हैं, 5,000 उसमें डीप टेक भी हैं, R&D लेड भी हैं। IIT मद्रास चले जाएं तो आपको लगेगा सिर्फ R&D लेड है। भारत इतना बड़ा देश है कि हर कोने में एक कंट्री समा जाती है। तो वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स गोइंग ऑन। हमें सेलिब्रेट कंज्यूमर टेक को भी करना है, फिनटेक को भी करना है। फिनटेक में वी आर द लीडर, 57% ऑफ द ग्लोबल रियल टाइम पेमेंट्स हैपन इन इंडिया। वी आर द ओनली कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड where UPI, ONDC are being fronted by the global giants, whether it is Meta, Google, Amazon. They all use our technology. So why should we shy in saying that we are also innovation led? We have to become more. We have to change gears. Honorable Minister ने भी ये बात कही। उनका क्या तात्पर्य था? What he wants to communicate is we should applaud ourselves. We have gained a lot of capital. We have gained a lot of skills, mentorship, and talent. And a lot of capital has been generated by the success of round one. But in Startup 2.0, keep building on round 1, but also focus on round 2. And in round 2, you change gears. And here, deep tech, R&D-led startups also need to play an important role. The number from 4,000 should become 100,000.
Wow, excellent. थैंक यू अरविंद जी। मुझे लगता है कि अगर 1 लाख डीप टेक टैलेंट, डीप टेक स्टार्टअप्स पैदा होते हैं हमारे देश से, तो फिर तो ये टॉपिक डिस्कशन ही होगा। उसके बाद फिर तो ये होगा कि बताओ कि उसमें आईपीएस की कितने निकल रहे हैं, उसका कमर्शलाइजेशन कितना हो रहा है। अब मदन गोपाल जी, इसमें आपका क्या विचार होगा कि $10 ट्रिलियन इसमें कितना निकल सकते हैं लोग? इन ट्रिलियन डॉलर्स में बताओ आप मुझे।
I think, Sandeep, if I can just go back one step and share, you asked me a very, very pertinent question. Why is that R&D spend so low in the country? I think it's low, but more than what startups can do, actually change of a little bit of a mindset from instant. We are living in the world of instant gratification, right? I think instant success, instant growth is what probably driving a lot of young startups today. If I were to kind of look at saying if the startups can look at little bit more deferred gratification, deferred success, and build for long term, that will drive them in the R&D led, product led innovation, which can actually change the way great companies come out of Indian startup ecosystem. I think we have to congratulate ourselves, in building a phenomenal width. 160,000 startups in the country is no less feat, but we have built amazing width. Now it's time to build depth. Right? It's fundamentally strong, sustainable, product-led companies that are coming out of India. I think that is the change is to see every founder. I know I've interacted with founders in the last 5-7 years, and every founder has a product idea and a product dream, and they will do services for cash flow.
Got it.
Right? Over a period of time, what happens is the services business is the real. They keep the distractor from the product-led business, right? They kind of keep this going, and it grows, and sometimes they lose. They say, okay, इसको park कर देते हैं और हम services में focus करते हैं क्योंकि वो instant cash flow company को दे रहा है. That temptation is what I would urge the young founders and entrepreneurs to resist and stay in focus and invested in the product-led innovation and product-led R&D-led company. That will change the whole perspective. And that's where organizations like MyStartup Hub comes in, where we are here to facilitate you with certain amount of patient capital, certain amount of support system, mentoring support system, ecosystem support, and that's where we are very keen. So don't take the eye off your product dream and the product idea for some short-term cash flow stay. That's where the change happens.
अगर हेडलाइन बनाना हो मुझे कल की न्यूज की, तो अरविंद जी और आपसे एक निवेदन है, 10% जीडीपी कंट्रीब्यूशन आएगा 2030 में by the startups ecosystem players in India 2030 में. अगर ऐसा है तो आप ये बताओ कि कितना $1 ट्रिलियन जो है वो R&D led innovations आएगा. नंबर 2,
संजीव जी, आप जैसे मित्रों के कारण ऑलरेडी इंडिया इज एस्पायरिंग टू बी $1 ट्रिलियन डिजिटल इकोनॉमी.
करेक्ट.
$1 ट्रिलियन की डिजिटल इकोनॉमी आउट ऑफ द $5 ट्रिलियन. करेक्ट. उसके अंदर हमारा विजन होना चाहिए कि जब 10 ट्रिलियन के पहुंचे तो वो 10%, जो अभी हमारा 20% है, वो वैसे ही 25-30% हो जाए, तो हमारा $3 ट्रिलियन का टोटल डिजिटल इकोनॉमी हो, और उसके अंदर $1 ट्रिलियन क्यों नहीं डीप टेक स्टार्टअप से आने.
Lovely. Big hand applause for $1 ट्रिलियन R&D led innovations ecosystem developing from the country as we go for a $10 ट्रिलियन economy. एक क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं आपसे, इसको ठीक है, आपने बोला कुछ टेक के ऊपर काम हो रहा है. नागन जी और विक्रम जी, आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है. दिस क्वेश्चन फॉर यू इज, if in last year in 2023 roughly $5 billion has been raised by the deep tech startup players. Numbers could be 4.8 to 5 or 5.1. These are numbers which has been raised as a fund. What do you see that in coming years, which are the sectors, which are the areas where you will find the really innovation on R&D based product development is going to happen? Which are those fields, which are those sectors?
So first of all, thank you so much. I think जो एनर्जी मैं यहाँ देख रहा हूँ महाकुंभ में, it's mind boggling. And I've been visiting all these stalls, and it's amazing to see the quality of startups. So big congratulations to the government Arvind ji obviously is part of the organizing committee. I mean, he's behind this whole thing. So thank you so much, Arvind ji, for this thing. And I think big congratulations. So I think that's a big thing. Now, coming to your point, so broadly speaking, if you look at the emerging tech and the deep tech, very clearly we are seeing a few areas which are gaining huge traction. Now, space tech, defense tech, and of course AI, and now we are seeing semiconductors as a big area. Historically, India has not been very, as compared to US and China, who've been investing a lot of capital in these areas. India is very new in the game. But as Arvindji rightly said, I mean, if you look at the inflection which has happened over time, 400 startups in 2016, and we're talking about that number growing. And I personally believe next 10 years, minimum 500 unicorns will get added more. And I think just a unicorn, if you look at the 180 odd unicorns today in the country, you're talking about a $385 billion valuation. If you purely look at the valuation metric. And look at the kind of value which is getting created exponentially. And I think a substantial part of that is going to come from deep tech and emerging tech areas. And space tech mein aap dekh hi rahe hain, jo ho raha hai, jo Indian startups now are able to do, magic. We've seen Chandrayaan at such a low cost, and India has shown and demonstrated that innovation can happen at a much lower cost. So I think India is very uniquely positioned to not only innovate and show the examples to the world, but also innovate at a very low cost.
Correct.
I think which is very, very important.
Very nice. So deep tech mein aap baat karo, space tech ki, defense tech ki, and etc. are the areas and sectors. Nagan.
Just want to add one perspective to that. See, in product innovation, there will be some startups where a lot more R&D is required, some products where R&D is not that deep. For example, if you look at Grow, Zerodha, the Freshworks, they're all awesome product innovation startups, but the level of R&D might not be as deep. Whereas if you look at other startups that have come off late, whether you're looking at space tech or whatever, right? Skyroot, to name a few, where there is more R&D is required to bring a product to the market. I think there has to be a balance, right? You have a business innovation set of startups which is very important. You need to continue to support it. You have product innovation startups that are not as deep.
Day of Startup Mahakumbh 2025. My name is Sahil Bajaj, and I'll be the host for the day, along with my co-host Mahek Dhawan in the house. I'm overjoyed to see so many bright faces. The past 2 days have been incredible, of fresh ideas and brilliant insights that light up India's startup scene. So can we please have 3 cheers before we begin for Startup Mahakumbh 2025. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Yes, we'll keep up the same energy throughout the day. And it's time to introduce the high-spirited panelists on stage with us. Ladies and gentlemen, our first session is about startups driving innovation and R&D for Viksit Bharat 2047 that we are talking. We launch into startups driving innovation and R&D for Viksit Bharat 2047. Our brilliant moderator, Shri Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, KDEM, will lead this deep dive. And we would like to thank Mr. Gupta for joining us here.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to meet our powerhouse panelists. So let me take a pleasure and invite them on stage, and definitely I want all your claps as we invite them on stage. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Vikram Gupta, founder of IVY Group. Thank you so much for igniting fresh ideas with your innovative spirit. We also have Mr. Naganan Doraswamy, managing partner and founder of Idea Spring Capital. Thank you so much for nurturing dreams and brilliant startups from the ground up. We also have Dr. Arvind Gupta, CEO of Digital India Foundation. Sir, your efforts in driving digital change are truly appreciated. And we also have Shri Paneerselvam Madan Gopal, CEO of Meti Startup Hub. Thank you for leading in passion and of course your vision.
Thank you, Mahek. And of course, our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta again. Sanjeev ji, what a fresh morning and high-spirited panelists, as I can see already on the stage. We are surely looking forward for this panel discussion. Everyone, can we just make some noise one more time? All right, let's begin the day. Let's begin the day.
Over to our moderator.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Are you charged up in the morning today? Lovely. You have this high spirit panelist, which is the investor also here sitting, the bureaucrats sitting here, the policy makers, the largest hub of the startups incubators are sitting here on the panel. And we are looking at a question mark on what? The question mark on R&D led innovations and entrepreneurship coming out from the country. Well, हमें बड़ी खुशी है कि आज 1,25,000 प्लस स्टार्टअप्स हमारे पास हैं इंडिया में रजिस्टर्ड, 110 यूनिकॉर्न्स हैं। ताली बनती है इसके लिए। अगर 110 यूनिकॉर्न्स हैं और वो इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, तो फिर हमारा जो देश है वो 1% जीडीपी R&D पे क्यों टिका हुआ है? जबकि यूएस जो है वो करीब 3% है और इजराइल जो है तकरीबन 5% R&D पे काम करता है। और उस R&D बजट के बेसिस पे इतने बेहतरीन प्रोडक्ट्स निकल के बाहर आते हैं, जहां पर आपको लगता है कि अगर हमें कहीं से कुछ कॉपी करना है तो शायद हम वहां जाके चले जाएंगे। और अगर ऐसा है तो कल एक जिक्र हो रहा था कि भारत का जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सिस्टम डेवलप होगा 2047 में, वो कैसा होगा, एक वर्ड निकालना था। तो एक पैनलिस्ट ने वहां बात छेड़ी और उसमें बोला गया कि भारत का एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इकोसिस्टम और इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम, अरविंद जी, ऐसा होगा जैसे ध्रुव तारा, जो पूरे वर्ल्ड को दिशा दिखाएगा कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इनोवेशन होता क्या है। तो अगर ऐसा है ना, होना है, तो मुझे इनसे कुछ सवालात करने हैं, और वो सवालात को जिस तरह से करने हैं कि बड़े शॉर्ट एंड क्रिस्प आंसर्स, but I want to understand that if really we want to make an R&D led innovation and entrepreneurship in the country, how do we do this? So my first question to Arvind ji is you. हम देश सोच रहे हैं कि $10 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी हमारी पैदा होगी हमारे देश से। उसमें अगर हम स्टार्टअप का योगदान देखें और हम देखें कि उसमें अकेला स्टार्टअप का योगदान नहीं बल्कि R&D लेड इनोवेशन का योगदान कैसे होगा, और क्या आप उसमें कितने पॉजिटिव हो कि वो होके रहेगा?
संजीव, थैंक यू। मैं इंग्लिश में बात करूंगा, हिंदी इंग्लिश, बिकॉज आई थिंक वी हैव द फुल भारत रिप्रेजेंटेड हियर। देश के हर कोने से महाकुंभ में लोग आए हैं, और महाकुंभ का तात्पर्य यही होता है कि महाकुंभ, ये स्टार्टअप का महाकुंभ है। प्रयागराज में आपने देखा ही क्या हुआ है। देखिए, सबसे पहली थीम जो आपने पूछी R&D, इसका थोड़ा सा हमारा जो पैनल डिस्कशन जो टॉपिक लिखा था वो उल्टा होना चाहिए। R&D लेड innovation for Viksit Bharat 2047, not the startups other way around. In the value chain, R&D has to come first. But मैं इससे पहले I want to make a very important statement. I think there is a lot of noise and media around what is India doing in startups. See, we are doing everything. That's a very important thing. In India, we don't live in an or world. We live in an and world. And world means what? We do startups which are frugal, R&D, deep tech, innovation. We do startups, 9 years ago when we started Startup India, the Prime Minister launched it in 16 January 2016, we had 400 odd startups in India. आज भारत के अंदर 1,60,000 प्लस स्टार्टअप्स हैं, 120 यूनिकॉर्न हैं, हर तरह के हैं, 5,000 उसमें डीप टेक भी हैं, R&D लेड भी हैं। IIT मद्रास चले जाएं तो आपको लगेगा सिर्फ R&D लेड है। भारत इतना बड़ा देश है कि हर कोने में एक कंट्री समा जाती है। तो वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स गोइंग ऑन। हमें सेलिब्रेट कंज्यूमर टेक को भी करना है, फिनटेक को भी करना है। फिनटेक में वी आर द लीडर, 57% ऑफ द ग्लोबल रियल टाइम पेमेंट्स हैपन इन इंडिया। वी आर द ओनली कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड where UPI, ONDC are being fronted by the global giants, whether it is Meta, Google, Amazon, they all use our technology. So why should we shy in saying that we are also innovation led? We have to become more, we have to change gears. Honorable Minister ने भी ये बात कही, उनका क्या तात्पर्य था? What he wants to communicate is we should applaud ourselves. We have gained a lot of capital, we have gained a lot of skills, mentorship and talent, and a lot of capital has been generated by the success of round one. But in Startup 2.0, keep building on round 1, but also focus on round 2. And in round 2, you change gears. And here, deep tech, R&D-led startups also need to play an important role. The number from 4,000 should become 100,000.
Wow, excellent. थैंक यू अरविंद जी. मुझे लगता है कि अगर 1 लाख डीप टेक टैलेंट, डीप टेक स्टार्टअप्स पैदा होते हैं हमारे देश से, तो फिर तो ये टॉपिक डिस्कशन ही होगा. उसके बाद फिर तो ये होगा कि बताओ कि उसमें आईपीएस की कितने निकल रहे हैं, उसका कमर्शलाइजेशन कितना हो रहा है. अब मदन गोपाल जी, इसमें आपका क्या विचार होगा कि $10 ट्रिलियन इसमें कितना निकल सकते हैं लोग? इन ट्रिलियन डॉलर्स में बताओ आप मुझे.
I think, Sandeep, if I can just go back one step and share, you asked me a very, very pertinent question. Why is that R&D spend so low in the country? I think it's low, but more than what startups can do, actually change of a little bit of a mindset from instant. We are living in the world of instant gratification, right? I think instant success, instant growth is what probably driving a lot of young startups today. If I were to kind of look at saying if the startups can look at little bit more deferred gratification, deferred success, and build for long term, that will drive them in the R&D led, product led innovation, which can actually change the way great companies come out of Indian startup ecosystem. I think we have to congratulate ourselves, in building a phenomenal width. 160,000 startups in the country is no less feat, but we have built amazing width. Now it's time to build depth. Right, it's fundamentally strong, sustainable, product-led companies that are coming out of India. I think that is the change is to see every founder. I know I've interacted with founders in the last 5-7 years, and every founder has a product idea and a product dream, and they will do services for cash flow.
Got it.
Right. Over a period of time, what happens is the services business is the real. They keep the distractor from the product-led business, right? They kind of keep this going, and it grows, and sometimes they lose. They say, okay, इसको park कर देते हैं और हम services में focus करते हैं क्योंकि वो instant cash flow company को दे रहा है. That temptation is what I would urge the young founders and entrepreneurs to resist and stay in focus and invested in the product-led innovation and product-led R&D-led company. That will change the whole perspective. And that's where organizations like MyStartup Hub comes in, where we are here to facilitate you with certain amount of patient capital, certain amount of support system, mentoring support system, ecosystem support, and that's where we are very keen. So don't take the eye off your product dream and the product idea for some short-term cash flow stay. That's where the change happens.
अगर हेडलाइन बनाना हो मुझे कल की न्यूज की, तो अरविंद जी और आपसे एक निवेदन है. 10% जीडीपी कंट्रीब्यूशन आएगा 2030 में by the startups ecosystem players in India 2030 में. अगर ऐसा है तो आप ये बताओ कि कितना $1 ट्रिलियन जो है वो R&D led innovations आएगा. नंबर 2.
संजीव जी, आप जैसे मित्रों के कारण ऑलरेडी इंडिया इज एस्पायरिंग टू बी $1 ट्रिलियन डिजिटल इकोनॉमी.
करेक्ट.
$1 ट्रिलियन की डिजिटल इकोनॉमी आउट ऑफ द $5 ट्रिलियन. करेक्ट. उसके अंदर हमारा विजन होना चाहिए कि जब 10 ट्रिलियन के पहुंचे तो वो 10%, जो अभी हमारा 20% है, वो वैसे ही 25-30% हो जाए, तो हमारा $3 ट्रिलियन का टोटल डिजिटल इकोनॉमी हो, और उसके अंदर $1 ट्रिलियन क्यों नहीं डीप टेक स्टार्टअप से आने.
Lovely. Big hand applause for $1 ट्रिलियन R&D led innovations ecosystem developing from the country as we go for a $10 ट्रिलियन economy. एक क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं आपसे इसको, ठीक है? आपने बोला कुछ टेक के ऊपर काम हो रहा है. नागन जी और विक्रम जी, आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है. This is a question for you. Is if in last year in 2023 roughly $5 billion has been raised by the deep tech startup players. Numbers could be 4.8 to 5 or 5.1. These are numbers which has been raised as a fund. What do you see that in coming years, which are the sectors, which are the areas where you will find the really innovation on R&D based product development is going to happen? Which are those fields? Which are those sectors?
So first of all, thank you so much. I think जो एनर्जी मैं यहाँ देख रहा हूँ महाकुंभ में, it's mind-boggling. And I've been visiting all these stalls, and it's amazing to see the quality of startups. So big congratulations to the government Arvind ji obviously is part of the organizing committee. I mean, he's behind this whole thing. So thank you so much, Arvind ji, for this thing. And I think big congratulations. So I think that's a big thing. Now, coming to your point, so broadly speaking, if you look at the emerging tech and the deep tech, very clearly we are seeing a few areas which are gaining huge traction. Now, space tech, defense tech, and of course AI, and now we are seeing semiconductors as a big area. Historically, India has not been very, as compared to US and China, who've been investing a lot of capital in these areas. India is very new in the game. But as Arvind ji rightly said, I mean, if you look at the inflection which has happened over time, 400 startups in 2016, and we're talking about that number growing. And I personally believe next 10 years, minimum 500 unicorns will get added more. And I think just a unicorn, if you look at the 118 odd unicorns today in the country, we're talking about a $385 billion valuation. If you purely look at the valuation metric. And look at the kind of value which is getting created exponentially. And I think a substantial part of that is going to come from deep tech and emerging tech areas. And space tech में आप देख ही रहे हैं जो हो रहा है, जो Indian startups now are able to do magic. We've seen Chandrayaan at such a low cost, and India has shown and demonstrated that innovation can happen at a much lower cost. So I think India is very uniquely positioned to not only innovate and show the examples to the world, but also innovate at a very low cost. Correct. I think which is very, very important.
Very nice. So deep tech में आप बात करो, space tech की, defense tech की, and etc. are the areas and sectors.
Just want to add one perspective to that. See, in product innovation, there will be some startups where a lot more R&D is required, some products where R&D is not that deep. For example, if you look at Grow, the Freshworks, they're all awesome product innovation startups, but the level of R&D might not be as deep. Whereas if you look at other startups that have come off late, whether you're looking at space tech or whatever, right? Skyroot, to name a few, where there is more R&D is required to bring a product to the market. I think there has to be a balance, right? You have a business innovation set of startups which is very important. You need to continue to support it. You have product innovation startups that are not as deep tech, but you still need that. And you have very deep tech startups, because I want to be very careful in not getting carried away with deep tech, because getting exits in deep tech is very, very hard, because the market in India has to develop, the talent has to develop, right? Because in my own mental model, I say B.Tech, you can do business innovation, M.Tech, you can do enterprise or product innovation, and then you get to PhD, you'll do deep tech. So lots need to happen for you to deliver on deep tech. So I think these are the three segments.
But Mr. Naganan, the business models, development, and creating those startups in ecosystem, we have been seeing the results. Okay, $300 billion की अगर हमारी economy है,
and you'll keep seeing that, right?
Because but the product nation अगर बनना है, so we have to focus on our R&D.
No doubt. No, see, for example, I think Vikram can talk about it because he invests in both, whereas IdeaSpring invests in only product innovation. But I'm saying you require everything. As a fund, my complete thesis is only product innovation. But we cannot just leave with just saying forget everything else, just do this, right? I think there has to be a balance between
the two. It's an and world. Okay. It's an A&D. Or computer scientist here, anybody in computer science? And many. And some नहीं और भी होंगे ना, सब कोई कोडिंग नहीं करते हैं यहाँ पर सब लोग. And समझते हैं ना, and है ये. This is not an or world. That's what
and the other area, just to add, where I am optimistic is sciences. Okay, because if you look at, in my own experience, in Fund 1 out of 16, only 2 were deep tech / science. In Fund 2 out of 17, 9 are deep tech or science. Right? And in Fund 2, we have invested in companies in enzymes, in proteins, in liver, in liquid biopsy. I think we are seeing a huge uptick in sciences. So I think in addition to deep tech, I think we should add science. But I think India will be killing in that space going forward.
Very nice. I think the science part is taken a very different one. We have a larger STEM graduates which comes out, so they're qualified engineers or graduates. Question 2, coming back is Digital India is looking at creating various missions, AI mission, quantum missions, and etc. How do you see, Arvindji and Panirji, is that how can startup can align with these missions while doing or academic institutions also can align with this mission for an R&D and R&D-led innovations to the product development?
Again, thank you, Sanjeev. And as everybody said, I am going to repeat. government in India is providing three things, and we should be very, very clear on this to startups. Number one is patient capital. There is a 10,000 plus crore fund of funds, bless you, that has already invested in all the venture capitalists sitting here, right? Am I right in saying that? Not once, thrice in Vikram's, at least twice here in this. This is government putting its own money into all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the next panel discussion for the day. So get set ready for another enriching session. But I want to hear a loud yes. Are we ready for the next panel discussion? All right.
Okay, we can give a big yes to the lady, everyone. Are we all set for the next session? Keep up the same energy. All right, so we are just gearing up for the next session. Let's just give them some more time. Probably, I think we are ready with the chairs, so we have to make sure that we have equal amount of chairs.
And of course, once again, we give the gentle reminder to all our audience to be seated. Please do not come near the stage, because once you're seated, it's, I think, more visible view of the stage and you can hear.
We absolutely understand, as we know that we have a lot of influential speakers joining us for today. To maintain the decorum of the event, we request you to please make sure that we have to ensure a smooth exit for all the speakers. So probably joining us in the front to talk to them won't be possible. So I request you guys, if you could meet and greet them outside the event area, that would be really appreciable. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right,
Mehak.
Yes.
We are all set. Startup Mahakumbh. Those
absolutely.
Are
Day 3.
Day 3, and we are done with our first session, and we are absolutely set for the next session.
Definitely, Sahil. So I am not going to make everyone wait for a long time. So ladies and gentlemen, get set ready for the next topic. It is India's gaming opportunity, unlocking $60 billion market size, $26 billion IPO liquidity, and 2 million jobs for India. Well, for this session, we have a moderator, and I would like to take a pleasure and invite her on stage. She is Soumya Singh Rathod, co-founder Winso Games. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up and call our moderator on stage.
Give it up for Soumya Singh. Hi Soumya. Happy to have you at Startup Mahakumbh 2025.
A very warm welcome to you, Soumya. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, let's have our panelists for this panel discussion. I want everyone to please keep it up, put your hands together as we have Saloni Sehgal, founder and managing partner, Lumikai. Let's give it up, everyone. Come on, let's hear some noise. Let's call our next panelist on stage. We have Pawan Nanda, co-founder, Winso Games.
Soumya, we are truly looking forward for this panel discussion, and we would like you to take over now. Thank you.
Over to you.
Namaste. Namaste and good morning, everybody. A very warm welcome to everybody for joining this session, and especially excited to meet Saloni and Pawan for this session. Truly look forward to your leadership, Saloni. A lot of entrepreneurs seek your first check. One of the most loved funds of the country in gaming as an ecosystem. And congratulations, Pawan, for co-building this beautiful brand called Winso.
Congratulations to you too, Soumya.
Looking forward forward to this conversation. Saloni, I'll start with you to deconstruct these numbers that we are talking about. 60 billion opportunity, 26 billion worth of IPOs ready to be, unlock the investor value, and of course 2 million opportunity jobs created for young people in this country. Could you help us understand, what are these numbers really about?
Sure. Thank you so much, Soumya. You guys have built such a tremendous brand, and you've kind of been stewards of the ecosystem. So it's such a pleasure to be here, chatting with both of you. India's gaming opportunity has now been much talked about, especially in the last 3 years, right? And if we were to look just at what the opportunity is today, leave aside what it is going to be in the future, but today gaming has a $3.8 billion revenue pool. It is twice as big as Bollywood, and it is also bigger than cricket revenues. That is something that most people are unable to grapple their minds around, because an industry which is so new has taken on very, very entrenched religions, which is Bollywood and cricket for us as Indians. India has become the second largest mobile gaming market in the world. An average Indian spends anywhere between 10 to 13 hours a week playing games and spending it on entertainment. An average Indian consumes about 30 gigabytes of data a month. And the most interesting part of it is that the biggest beneficiaries of that have been video content and gaming. And I think what has been much talked about is that this is not just it's become an entertainment pastime, but it's also, we're seeing it as an industry where jobs are being created, where esports is emerging. Esports is now a medal sport. We're seeing professional athletes. We're seeing this influencer economy arise around it. And this is one of the fastest growing sectors in the country. It's growing at 20% year-on-year compounded growth rate. We're also seeing massive monetization which is taking place, which was often at least as an investor, there was always a thought of contention about whether this industry is going to monetize. And I think what most people somehow miss about this industry is that gaming is often at the vanguard of innovation, right? If you were to think about how gaming impacts other industries, right? It is a largest adopter of STEM, right? If you want to see what tech will look like 10 years from now, you see what's happening in gaming today. Today VR is being used for training medical residents in Johns Hopkins University for spinal reconstruction. We are seeing engines like Unreal power Hong Kong airport to simulate passenger footfalls. We're seeing game mechanics being used to build very engaging customer experiences, consumer experiences. So if you were to now apply this industry to a wider use case, you start to see how that $60 billion of actually value starts to become possible, and how much value creation can it be, not just in gaming as a sector alone, but what it means for animation VFX, what it means for the film and media industry, what it means for other ancillary industries which are more interactive in nature. And that is the power of this sector.
Thank you, Saloni. Those are some really powerful thoughts. In fact, you touched upon Johns Hopkins, and I'd like to share with the audience and you that today we are also celebrating one of the winners of Startup Maharati Grand Challenge. And the winner is actually building a game through AR, VR systems, deploying it in training of nurses without actually physical facility involved. And we felt that it was a very powerful deployment of gaming in healthcare. I'd like to touch upon the role of India's consumption is very well known. We have become the world's capital in content consumption, whether it's gaming or whether it's creator economy. However, I wanted to touch upon the topic, and it is a thought we are carrying forward from the last session, the Google of East. can there be a large gaming company coming out of India that can rule the global ecosystem and become a company which is as big as a Google today?
Absolutely, and I think that's part of your mission, right? And the way you guys have built the business, right? You guys started with getting organic distribution. You guys started with leveraging micro communities, local influencers. You're also spending a lot of time with young developers, bringing them and onboarding them without the kind of, I'd say kind of pricing that, let's say, some of the larger tech platforms in India have adopted. So absolutely, right? I think what is the missing link is been how does this, whether it's you guys or whether it's other indigenous companies from the ecosystem, how do they become larger, right? How do you get to even further scale to take on those big tech giants? And you know that it's absolutely right. India is not a China, right? We build, and especially our companies have to build competing with big tech. So you're a hamster on a treadmill because you're always competing with the Goliath in the room. So you are much more capital efficient, you are much more persistent, you're much more tenacious, simply because you are up against a much larger incumbent, and you have to take that on a daily basis. And founders like yourselves have been doing it for the last 6, 7, 8 years, and that level of resilience that an Indian founder has is completely unprecedented. It's not present in any other country of the world, because we are not a walled garden. We have had to build domestic companies unlike that of China, right, where they were insulated from global best. Our users are very clear about what global best looks like, and hence to get their loyalty is even a harder challenge, which companies like you solve for. So absolutely, is there a possibility? I don't think it's a time of, you guys are already there, but it's not a time of if it's going to happen. It's just how do you get to the next stage?
Great, thank you, Saloni. And Pavan, coming to you, given that Saloni is very sure that there'll be companies coming out of India that will rule the world of gaming, technology, consumer tech, IP on the global stage, and given that Winzo had last year launched in Brazil, 250 million users coming from India and Brazil now, how are you thinking of role of India gaming on the world map, and especially role of export? Do you look at role models globally that would have done this and would have become one of the largest contributors of the local economy by playing an important role of export on the global stage?
Absolutely. Thank you, Soumya, for that question. We are living in very interesting times. I think trade tariffs, the prowess, the strength of exports of any country right now is on an, has been witnessed, has been watched out across the world.
The day of Startup Mahakumbh 2025. My name is Sahil Bajaj, and I'll be the host for the day, along with my co-host Mahek Dhawan in the house. I'm overjoyed to see so many bright faces. The past 2 days have been incredible, of fresh ideas and brilliant insights that light up India's startup scene. So can we please have 3 cheers before we begin for Startup Mahakumbh 2025. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Yes, we'll keep up the same energy throughout the day, and it's time to introduce the high-spirited panelists on stage with us. Ladies and gentlemen, our first session is about startups driving innovation and R&D for Viksit Bharat 2047 that we are talking. We launch into startups driving innovation and R&D for Viksit Bharat 2047. Our brilliant moderator, Shri Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, KDEM, will lead this deep dive. And we would like to thank Mr. Gupta for joining us here.
All right, and ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to meet our powerhouse panelists. So let me take a pleasure and invite them on stage, and definitely I want all your claps as we invite them on stage. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Vikram Gupta, founder of IVY Group. Thank you so much for igniting fresh ideas with your innovative spirit. We also have Mr. Naganand Doraswamy, managing partner and founder of Idea Spring Capital. Thank you so much for nurturing dreams and brilliant startups from the ground up. We also have Dr. Arvind Gupta, CEO of Digital India Foundation. Sir, your efforts in driving digital change are truly appreciated. And we also have Shri Paneerselvam Madan Gopal, CEO of Meti Startup Hub. Thank you for leading in passion and of course your vision.
Thank you, Mehak. And of course, our moderator, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta again. Sanjeev ji, what a fresh morning and high-spirited panelists, as I can see already on the stage. We are surely looking forward for this panel discussion. Everyone, can we just make some noise one more time? All right, let's begin the day. Let's begin the day.
Over to our moderator.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Are you charged up in the morning today? Lovely. You have this high spirit panelist, which is the investor also here sitting, the bureaucrats sitting here, the policy makers, the largest hub of the startups incubators are sitting here on the panel. And we're looking at a question mark on what? The question mark on R&D led innovations and entrepreneurship coming out from the country. Well, हमें बड़ी खुशी है कि आज 1,25,000 प्लस स्टार्टअप्स हमारे पास हैं इंडिया में रजिस्टर्ड, 110 यूनिकॉर्न्स हैं। ताली बनती है इसके लिए। अगर 110 यूनिकॉर्न्स हैं और वो इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, तो फिर हमारा जो देश है वो 1% जीडीपी R&D पे क्यों टिका हुआ है? जबकि यूएस जो है वो करीब 3% है और इजराइल जो है तकरीबन 5% R&D पे काम करता है। और उस R&D बजट के बेसिस पे इतने बेहतरीन प्रोडक्ट्स निकल के बाहर आते हैं, जहां पर आपको लगता है कि अगर हमें कहीं से कुछ कॉपी करना है तो शायद हम वहां लेके चले जाएंगे। और अगर ऐसा है तो कल एक जिक्र हो रहा था कि भारत का जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सिस्टम डेवलप होगा 2047 में, वो कैसा होगा, एक वर्ड निकालना था। तो एक पैनलिस्ट ने वहां बात छेड़ी और उसमें बोला गया कि भारत का एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इकोसिस्टम और इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम, अरविंद जी, ऐसा होगा जैसे ध्रुव तारा, जो पूरे वर्ल्ड को दिशा दिखाएगा कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप इनोवेशन होता क्या है। तो अगर ऐसा है ना, होना है, तो मुझे इनसे कुछ सवालात करने हैं, और वो सवालात को जिस तरह से करने हैं कि बड़े शॉर्ट एंड क्रिस्प आंसर्स, बट आई वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट इफ रियली वी वांट टू मेक एन R&D led innovation and entrepreneurship in the country, how do we do this? So my first question to Arvind ji is you. हम देश सोच रहे हैं कि $10 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी हमारी पैदा होगी हमारे देश से। उसमें अगर हम स्टार्टअप्स का योगदान देखें और हम देखें कि उसमें अकेला स्टार्टअप का योगदान नहीं बल्कि R&D led innovations का योगदान कैसे होगा और क्या आप उसमें कितने पॉजिटिव हो कि वो होके रहेगा?
संजीव, थैंक यू। मैं इंग्लिश में बात करूंगा, हिंदी इंग्लिश, बिकॉज आई थिंक वी हैव द फुल भारत रिप्रेजेंटेड हियर। देश के हर कोने से महाकुंभ में लोग आए हैं और महाकुंभ का तात्पर्य यही होता है कि महाकुंभ, ये स्टार्टअप का महाकुंभ है। प्रयागराज में आपने देखा ही क्या हुआ है। देखिए, सबसे पहली थीम जो आपने पूछी R&D, इसका थोड़ा सा हमारा जो पैनल डिस्कशन जो टॉपिक लिखा था वो उल्टा होना चाहिए। R&D लेड innovation for Viksit Bharat 2047, not the startups other way around. In the value chain, R&D has to come first. But मैं इससे पहले I want to make a very important statement. I think there is a lot of noise and media around what is India doing in startups. See, we are doing everything. That's a very important thing. In India, we don't live in an or world. We live in an and world. And world means what? We do startups which are frugal, R&D, deep tech, innovation. We do startups, 9 years ago when we started Startup India, the Prime Minister launched it in 16 January 2016, we had 400 odd startups in India. आज भारत के अंदर 1,60,000 प्लस स्टार्टअप्स हैं, 120 यूनिकॉर्न हैं, हर तरह के हैं, 5,000 उसमें डीप टेक भी हैं, R&D लेड भी हैं। IIT मद्रास चले जाएं तो आपको लगेगा सिर्फ R&D लेड है। भारत इतना बड़ा देश है कि हर कोने में एक कंट्री समा जाती है। तो वी हैव अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स गोइंग ऑन। हमें सेलिब्रेट कंज्यूमर टेक को भी करना है, फिनटेक को भी करना है। फिनटेक में वी आर द लीडर, 57% ऑफ द ग्लोबल रियल टाइम पेमेंट्स हैपन इन इंडिया। We are the only country in the world where UPI, ONDC are being fronted by the global giants, whether it is Meta, Google, Amazon. They all use our technology. So why should we shy in saying that we are also innovation-led? We have to become more. We have to change gears. Honorable Minister ने भी ये बात कही. उनका क्या तात्पर्य था? What he wants to communicate is we should applaud ourselves. We have gained a lot of capital. We have gained a lot of skills, mentorship, and talent. And a lot of capital has been generated by the success of round one. But in Startup 2.0, keep building on round one, but also focus on round two. And in round two, you change gears. And here, deep tech, R&D-led startups also need to play an important role. The number from 4,000 should become 100,000.
Wow, excellent. थैंक यू अरविंद जी. मुझे लगता है कि अगर 1 लाख डीप टेक टैलेंट, डीप टेक स्टार्टअप्स पैदा होते हैं हमारे देश से, तो फिर तो ये टॉपिक डिस्कशन ही होगा. उसके बाद फिर तो ये होगा कि बताओ कि उसमें आईपीएस की कितने निकल रहे हैं, उसका कमर्शलाइजेशन कितना हो रहा है. अब मदन गोपाल जी, इसमें आपका क्या विचार होगा कि $10 ट्रिलियन इसमें कितना निकल सकते हैं लोग? इन ट्रिलियन डॉलर्स में बताओ आप मुझे.
I think, Sandeep, if I can just go back one step and share, you asked me a very, very pertinent question. Why is that R&D spend so low in the country? I think it's low, but more than what startups can do, actually change of a little bit of a mindset from instant. We are living in the world of instant gratification, right? I think instant success, instant growth is what probably driving a lot of young startups today. If I were to kind of look at saying if the startups can look at little bit more deferred gratification, deferred success, and build for long term, that will drive them in the R&D led, product led innovation, which can actually change the way great companies come out of Indian startup ecosystem. I think we have to congratulate ourselves, in building a phenomenal width. 160,000 startups in the country is no less feat, but we have built amazing width. Now it's time to build depth. Right? It's fundamentally strong, sustainable, product-led companies that are coming out of India. I think that is the change is to see every founder. I know I've interacted with founders in the last 5-7 years, and every founder has a product idea and a product dream, and they will do services for cash flow.
Got it.
Right? Over a period of time, what happens is the services business is the real. They keep the distractor from the product-led business, right? They kind of keep this going, and it grows, and sometimes they lose. They say, okay, इसको park कर देते हैं और हम services में focus करते हैं क्योंकि वो instant cash flow company को दे रहा है. That temptation is what I would urge the young founders and entrepreneurs to resist and stay in focus and invested in the product-led innovation and product-led R&D-led company. That will change the whole perspective. And that's where organizations like MyStartup Hub comes in, where we are here to facilitate you with certain amount of patient capital, certain amount of support system, mentoring support system, ecosystem support, and that's where we are very keen. So don't take the eye off your product dream and the product idea for some short-term cash flow stare. That's where the change happens.
अगर हेडलाइन बनाना हो मुझे कल की न्यूज की, तो अरविंद जी और आपसे एक निवेदन है. 10% जीडीपी कंट्रीब्यूशन आएगा 2030 में by the startups ecosystem players in India 2030 में. अगर ऐसा है तो आप ये बताओ कि कितना $1 ट्रिलियन जो है वो R&D led innovations आएगा. नंबर 2.
संजीव जी, आप जैसे मित्रों के कारण ऑलरेडी इंडिया इज एस्पायरिंग टू बी $1 ट्रिलियन डिजिटल इकोनॉमी.
करेक्ट.
$1 ट्रिलियन की डिजिटल इकोनॉमी आउट ऑफ द $5 ट्रिलियन. करेक्ट. उसके अंदर हमारा विजन होना चाहिए कि जब 10 ट्रिलियन के पहुंचे तो वो 10%, जो अभी हमारा 20% है, वो वैसे ही 25-30% हो जाए, तो हमारा $3 ट्रिलियन का टोटल डिजिटल इकोनॉमी हो, और उसके अंदर $1 ट्रिलियन क्यों नहीं डीप टेक स्टार्टअप से आने.
Lovely. Big hand applause for $1 ट्रिलियन R&D led innovations ecosystem developing from the country as we go for a $10 ट्रिलियन economy. एक क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं आपसे, इसको ठीक है, आपने बोला कुछ टेक के ऊपर काम हो रहा है. नागन जी और विक्रम जी, आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है. दिस क्वेश्चन फॉर यू इज if in last year, in 2023, roughly $5 billion has been raised by the deep tech startup players. Numbers could be 4.8 to 5 or 5.1. These are numbers which has been raised as a fund. What do you see that in coming years, which are the sectors, which are the areas where you will find the really innovation on R&D based product development is going to happen? Which are those fields, which are those sectors?
So first of all, thank you so much. I think जो एनर्जी मैं यहाँ देख रहा हूँ महाकुंभ में, it's mind-boggling. And I've been visiting all these stalls and it's amazing to see the quality of startups. So big congratulations to the government. Arvind ji obviously is part of the organizing committee. I mean, he's behind this whole thing. So thank you so much, Arvind ji, for this thing. And I think big congratulations. So I think that's a big thing. Now, coming to your point, so broadly speaking, if you look at the emerging tech and the deep tech, very clearly we are seeing a few areas which are gaining huge traction. Now, space tech, defense tech, and of course AI, and now we are seeing semiconductors as a big area. Historically, India has not been very, as compared to US and China, who've been investing a lot of capital in these areas. India is very new in the game. But as Arvind ji rightly said, I mean, if you look at the inflection which has happened over time, 400 startups in 2016, and we're talking about that number growing. And I personally believe next 10 years, minimum 500 unicorns will get added more. And I think just a unicorn, if you look at the 180 odd unicorns today in the country, you're talking about a $385 billion valuation. If you purely look at the valuation metric. And look at the kind of value which is getting created exponentially. And I think a substantial part of that is going to come from deep tech and emerging tech areas. And space tech में आप देख ही रहे हैं जो हो रहा है, जो Indian startups now are able to do magic. We've seen Chandrayaan at such a low cost, and India has shown and demonstrated that innovation can happen at a much lower cost. So I think India is very uniquely positioned to not only innovate and show the examples to the world, but also innovate at a very low cost. I think which is very, very important.
Very nice. So deep tech में आप बात करो, space tech की, defense tech की, and etc. are the areas and sectors. Nagan,
just want to add one perspective to that. See, in product innovation, there will be some startups where a lot more R&D is required, some products where R&D is not that deep. For example, if you look at Grow, the Freshworks, they're all awesome product innovation startups, but the level of R&D might not be as deep. Whereas if you look at other startups that have come off late, whether you're looking at space tech or whatever, right? Skyroot, to name a few, where there is more R&D is required to bring a product to the market. I think there has to be a balance, right? You have a business innovation set of startups which is very important. You need to continue to support it. You have product innovation startups that are not as deep tech, but you still need that. And you have very deep tech startups, because I want to be very careful in not getting carried away with deep tech, because getting exits in deep tech is very, very hard, because the market in India has to develop, the talent has to develop, right? Because in my own mental model, I say B tech, you can do business innovation, M tech, you can do enterprise or product innovation, and then you get to PhD, you'll do deep tech. So lots need to happen for you to deliver on deep tech. So I think these are the three segments. But
Mr. Naganan, the business models development and creating those startups in ecosystem, we have been seeing the results. Okay, $300 billion की अगर हमारी economy है,
and you'll keep seeing that, right? Because
but the product nation अगर बनना है, तो we have to focus on our R&D.
No doubt. No, see, for example, I think Vikram can talk about it because he invests in both, whereas IdeaSpring invests in only product innovation. But I'm saying you require everything. As a fund, my complete thesis is only product innovation. But we cannot just leave with just saying forget everything else, just do this, right? I think there has to be a balance between
the two. It's an and world. Okay. It's an A&D. Or computer scientist here, anybody in computer science? And many. And some नहीं और भी होंगे ना, सब कोई कोडिंग वोडिंग नहीं करते हैं यहाँ पर सब लोग. and समझते हैं ना, and है ये. This is not a or word. That's what
and the other area, just to add, where I am optimistic is sciences. Okay, because if you look at, in my own experience, in Fund 1 out of 16, only 2 were deep tech/science. In Fund 2 out of 17, 9 are deep tech or science. Right? And in Fund 2 we have invested in companies in enzymes, in proteins, in liver, in liquid biopsy. I think we are seeing a huge uptick in sciences. So I think in addition to deep tech, I think we should add science. But I think India will be killing in that space going forward.
Very nice. I think the science part has taken a very different one. We have a larger STEM graduate which comes out, so they're qualified engineers or graduates. Question 2, coming back is Digital India is looking at creating various missions, AI mission, quantum missions, etc. How do you see, Arvindji and Panirji, is that how can startup can align with these missions while doing or academic institutions also can align with this mission for an R&D and R&D-led innovations to the product development?
Again, thank you, Sanjeev. And as everybody said, I'm going to repeat, government in India is providing 3 things, and we should be very, very clear on this to startups. Number 1 is patient capital. There is a 10,000 plus crore fund of funds, bless you, that has already invested in all the venture capitalists sitting here, right? Am I right in saying that? Not once, thrice in Vikram's, at least twice here in this. This is government putting its own money into all the things we are talking about. 2, the government is providing the marketplace. You can go to GEM, which is one of the sponsors. You can sell your products there. We buy a lot of defense, consumer, a lot of things from startups now. They get preferential. But third thing is what you asked, Sanjeevji. The third thing is, apart from all of this, the government is providing as much as enabling platforms. Okay, what you talked about the AI mission, the quantum mission. What is this? This is R&D happening, industry public partnership, UPI, ONDC. What is this? These are platforms. The AI mission also provides the Aravat cloud, which enables people to students, entrepreneurs, future entrepreneurs, not to burn 70% of their dollars that they have raised, their grant money or their venture capital money on just buying cloud services. You can buy good computing power. Not even buy, you will get as grants from the government. So the government provides all the basic foundational infrastructure for you. Open data, part of the AI coach of AI mission. So data bhi hai aapke paas, computing power bhi hai, where you really spend your money on doing actual R&D and actual innovation, and test beds are available for you, data sets are available to you, compute power is available to you. Sorry, my computer scientist part of me is talking now.
Panirji, quickly, any remarks?
Yeah, I think Arvind covered pretty much all of it. I think a couple of things to add. I think the most important part is the infrastructure network. I think being part of MeitY also has a number of center of excellences across the country, focusing on the different parts, IoT or product engineering, material science. I think additive manufacturing. All of this is available in terms of center of excellences. There is infrastructure, there is equipments, and we also have an organization called STPI. We again have about almost 64 locations across the country with 24 center of excellences. So there is a huge amount of infrastructure support, knowledge support. As I said, the sandbox environment, be it RBI Innovation Hub, be it IRDA Innovation. There's huge support system in terms of sandbox environment, NPCI. All of them are available apart from the center of excellences, and of course, last but not the least, the funding. MSH MeitY Startup alone has funded out 100 startups in the country today. So we have probably a decent amount of portfolio that we are holding. So all of this is available. We need to kind of be focused to utilize in a structured manner. That's
can I understand that missions which has been set up, center of excellence which has been set up across the country, and startups, you need to now reach out to these organizations and leverage the computing power, the funding, the grants, the other stuff which is mentorship available, to see how you can do for R&D innovations. So I pass on this message to the larger audience that this is what you're trying to say. Okay, Nagaranji, you have been seeing the world, you've been traveling across the globe as well, obviously for raising fund, but also looking at the innovation which is happening around. We see that our Indian players, Indian developers, let's say assume we have a great amount of product line, but the global
Ladies and gentlemen, we are set to explore becoming Vishwa Guru, an innovation hack. That's going to be our next session topic. Our insightful moderator, Mr. Suresh Narasimha, co-founder of Co-Create Ventures, is here to lead us through this journey. I would like to thank Mr. Narasimha for being our guiding light. Sir, a very warm welcome to you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's warmly welcome our stellar panelist. I would like to invite on stage Professor Dr. T.G. Sitaram, Chairman AICTE. Your dedication to education and industry growth is truly inspiring.
And with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's call our next speaker, our next panelist, Shri Paneerselvam Madan Gopal, CEO of MyStartup. Thank you for your continuous vision and support that is truly making a difference.
Mr. Madan Gopal, thank you for joining us back again. Good to have you back again.
Fatigue of me now.
I think people, it's not enough. Like, we would like to hear more from you, more insights from you.
I hope that's the way it is.
Absolutely.
Welcome back, sir. Looking forward for some more informative session from you. Over to our moderator.
Over to Sureshji.
Okay, talk of the town for last 3 days has been what's the innovation edge India has, right? So all of us are following up on Twitter, all the discussions and all the excitement, all the debates that are happening around ability of India to innovate. And this is the this is the topic that we had decided a lot before the controversy got started. So I think we'll do justice to why we believe India can be India is a great opportunity. Before starting, let me ask you questions, right? So how many of you think India generates around 10,000 very interesting deep tech ideas in a year? How many of you think India generates 10,000 interesting deep tech ideas in a year? How many of you think India generates 1,000 ideas? How many of you think India generates 1 lakh ideas? And how many of you think that India generates roughly 5 lakh ideas? Okay, that's what I wanted to talk to, right? So India has 10,000 industry innovation councils, right? So Professor is going to talk about it. I don't want to do that. India has around 2,000 incubators, including private and public incubators put together, right? Which are, most of them are housed inside the colleges. You go and talk to any incubator, how many ideas that he listens to, he will say at least 100, 200 from his own college each year. Right. Go and talk to any investor, how many applications that we get at least, in fact, NSR Cell was telling they will get around 10,000 applications each year. Any investor will get between 2,000 to 3,000 deep tech ideas, right? So as a deep tech investor, that's the number of ideas that we get, right? So India has a tremendous scale, and the people who are behind the scale are my panelists, right? That's how I wanted to introduce you. I was very, very particular about this particular session because I think we need to talk about the inputs, right? What's generating so many ideas in this country? We only look at the impact, we only look at the unicorns, which may or may not be there, but there is tremendous effort, tremendous activity that is going on the ground, and that's what these people bring into the table, and I wanted to hear from you, right? Without taking much time from them, let me start asking Professor to talk about what's happening in the country in terms of innovation, scale, and what's happening both in the country and more importantly beyond IITs. I would want to talk to you, sir.
Thank you. So very good morning to every one of you. We just heard a session where very confident young India has arrived. We could see that very clearly, 3 of them speaking very confidently. We are from India. They're very confident to say that. We are from India. Our ideas are there. So if you now go back to the institutions which actually fosters the innovation. I come from an institution called All India Council for Technical Education. I don't know how many of you are engineers here. So quite a large number. So all of you know what is AICTE. It's a regulator. So today we have close to about 14,000 institutions under us, and 14,000 plus institute innovation councils have been established. Quite a large number of them are quite active. Okay, close to about more than 7,000 startups have emanated from these institutions, which are ourselves so far calling them as second and third grade engineering colleges. But believe me, I keep traveling almost every alternate day to one of the institutions across India. There is a lot of positive vibrations among these institutions. There is a lot of talent, among these young people who are coming from rural part of India, who does not hesitate to talk in their mother tongue, in their languages, and also innovate. And today at AICTE we have Ministry of Education's Innovation Council. We organize many programs, hackathons. I think many of you know. A couple of them I will tell, maybe I will take up other things in a question, because we can talk about the initiatives of All India Council for Technical Education for almost a whole day. Smart India Hackathon is one of the largest open innovation hackathon happens in the world. Very organized hackathon. 51,000 team has participated in 2024. Okay, 51,000 teams. Okay, and 300,000 students have participated across India. It's like a festival, ladies and gentlemen. Believe me, it's amazing to see, both in the software version of the hackathon, which goes on 36 hours non-stop, and hardware hackathon happens 5 days non-stop. The energy at midnight of those sessions is mind-boggling. See, forget about solving problems. You should see what do they do there. For me, we are already a little bit out of the range of the young people, young nation of India. So for me, it was such a surprise to see, because such an energizing young people are there, what a lot of ideas. And also they work in teams. So there is our initiatives at AICTE. We encourage people to do self-learning, collaborative learning, experiential learning through this, and create product. Our goal is to make India as a product development nation. So I will talk about the new initiative which we have started at AICTE, because large number of Smart India Hackathon winners, what they do is at the end of their the course program, whatever they're doing, whether it be Tech or BE or BB or BCA, whatever they're doing, once they get a job or a placement, they'll run away, living their idea. So we have created a new fellowship for such young people who want to pursue their innovation to the next level, called Productization Fellowship. You might not have heard the terminology itself. The first time we have coined it for you. We will actually pay your salary for a full year to continue your ideas to take it to the next level. If you are about successfully, up to 70%, if you continue to do that in the year 1, we will also extend this for year 2. And it is also given for group of 4 members. You can align with some incubator or at an institution. So these are the things that are happening at AICTE. Through this, very large programs are available. We also run a program, I would like to tell you, MBA and PG diploma in the area of IEV, Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Venture Funds. This program it's not 30% is only classroom sessions. 70% you will be doing things. But end of 2 years, most of them, almost 90% of them, actually register a company in DPIIT. This program is run by 27 institutions across India today, and we hope to see that more and more. But I would only one appeal to you is, many of you, particularly those who are in science, engineering, technology, look at some of the deep tech startups, because ideas are required in deep tech. As you rightly said, there is a clear distinction between normal service-oriented projects or a gaming or technology usage products and processes than a science and engineering-based startups. This is very much essential for India to become a leader in this in the coming days. So friends, I think Amrut Call is here. It's a golden time. I think a lot of energy is there among our young people, and we hope to see many of them convert themselves into an entrepreneur and be a job giver than job seeker. Maybe I'll come back again once we hear from others. Thank you.
Right. I mean, before I come back to you with the questions, I want to hear from Sri Paneerselvam sir on what are the opportunities that exist. I mean, I just want to talk about the programs. To start with, what are the programs? What is the scale of innovation that you have seen before we come to the question?
I mean, again, I think if you look at the scale, I mean, just taking a cue from what sir has said, I travel as part of my job. I travel extensively, and sometimes you are so tired after multiple journeys, and all I need to do is to walk into an engineering college and meet some of the students, or walk into a poster presentation of some of the colleges, and your battery is fully charged again, right? Because the amount of energy, the amount of ideation, the amount of passion that the young students in all of these colleges have, and the kind of products or thinking that they are having, it makes you feel extremely committed back to doing what you're doing. I think that's the energy that fuels us, right? I think that's something that what Asa said will take us to the next probably another 25-50 years to kind of fuel the growth of innovation in the country. Having said that, it's also important to realize that it is a significant chunk of them actually kind of wither away in the first year, second year. They see a lot of passion about building product solutions and all of that, but when it comes to the third or fourth year, they start looking at what about my placement, right? I think that's the challenge, because so at MyStartup Startup Hub, what we are, and as part of some of my role as mentor to some of the college students, I always ensure that they get a customer in the third year or third or fourth year before they leave getting that pressure of sitting for placement. If they get a one single customer, paid customer, then they're far more confident and they're far more happy about registering company and seeing it through as the next step. So that's something which is very, very critical for young college founders and ideators to turn into real entrepreneurs or in the real world. So that's something, and to facilitate that, sir mentioned about the other program from AICTC side. Sir, I am happy to say from MyStartup Startup Hub, we have two programs that are focusing exactly from idea to TRL level 4, which is from entirely what we call the entrepreneur in residence program, TIDE, which is again one of the largest and longest running programs from MyStartup Startup Hub. TIDE 1.0 is over. We are currently at TIDE 2.0, and we also have Genesis, which is a Tier 2, Tier 3 city focus program with an outlay of almost 490 crores, and of which significant amount of that is kept aside for purely in the entrepreneur in residence program. You can be a group of people, you can be a single innovator, you can be an individual innovator, you can be a partnership firm, you can be a private limited company, but from idea to to TRL level 4 or 5, we make you kind of journey with you with up to anywhere between 10 to 15 lakhs as grant, not funding, pure grant. It's not an investment or anything in return equity. The entire thing is about to help you buy you materials for your prototyping, get the idea into a prototype, and if possible to an MVP stage. So similarly Startup India, every other organization has multiple opportunities to support you. So there's no dearth of money. The real opportunity is for the students. And one more, since sir is here, I'll make this humble submission. I think the professors and the faculty is the first port of call for any innovative student. And today is a great opportunity for faculties to be part of this co-creation and building this entrepreneurship ventures, which I think is a game changer. If they participate, the whole spectrum is going to change, is what my submission is.
So, I hope with all the efforts, companies will go to colleges not to hire students but to acquire startups. That's what we hope we would love to see, right? So, and just to put some perspective, right? So, at least I know 5 funds who are actively want to invest in student startups today, right? I run a fund which wants to invest in student startups, and I compete with 5. The amount of funding that is available, the amount of encouragement that's available, or even the amount of enthusiasm that you can see from the GCCs or the customers was never like before. So I strongly suggest all the youngsters here to just give it a try as far as entrepreneurship is concerned. But I want to move over from the student entrepreneurship, get back into the innovation. So, sir, for some of you, I strongly recommend you should go and check out the book that Professor has seen, right? If you want to know what are the ideas that are there are more than 8,000 ideas in AI that he has captured in an amazing book that he has written, right? You should just go and check out. Sir, there is so much of scale in terms of the ideas that we are seeing, right? We know Startup India Hackathon is the source of ideas for many of the students, etc. But I want you to spend some time around the kind of ideas that you are seeing from the faculties and students, right? What is the kind of innovation that you think is possible in India?
See, two part I will try to answer this question. One is about the book what we have written on the Road Ahead 2.0. Many of you might know the Road Ahead written by Bill Gates in 1995. Many of you might have read it. Okay, when the World Wide Web and email came into picture to us in 93. 95, Bill Gates wrote this book to see what would be the future with these kind of disruptive technologies. Today we have AI is here already. So with artificial intelligence, what kind of disruption we're going to see, whether it is, engineering, or social science, any area that for that matter, whether it's space technology, defense, okay, or atomic energy technology, everywhere AI has a role to play, and it is already really integrated into it. So we have covered that extensively in the Road Ahead 2.0. Okay, Education World has brought it out. It's already available in Amazon. You can take a look at it. There are more than, as you rightly said, 8,000 or 9,000 ideas which we had given, how you can even apply AI to beautician, how beautician will use artificial intelligence, okay, or it could be in cyber security, many such areas, robotics, all that area we have covered, whether conventional civil engineering, mechanical engineering problems, whether it is in sustainable water, sustainable energy, in all these areas, how AI is going to play a role, and how you can effectively use this and create your own startup with these newer ideas and be successful. Coming back to the question, we have a large pool of young people, and particularly in engineering or STEM areas, today we are the largest producers of engineering graduates in the world. We are very proud. We need to change the narrative. These are not second and third grade engineering colleges. All of them are excellent students with a lot of talent. Okay, and I was very happy to see that in the last session, 3 of the young people saying, we are very proud to be an Indian and we will take the technologies of Indian technologies to the world. Today, our IITs are already in the deep tech. There are not just Indian Institute of Technology, they are institutes of Indian technologies. Okay, you can see the brand today of IITs is mind-boggling. But the number of the IITs are only 23. So I was a director of an IIT Guwahati as well, and I am a professor at Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore for last 35 years, and now I head the institution called All India Council for Technical Education with how many institutions? 14,000 institutions, close to about 1.2 crore students and almost 6.5 lakh teachers. He was also talking about professors, from assistants, 6.5 lakh professors. So we conduct, today we can proudly say that AICTE started as a regulator, has become a facilitator. And we have more emphasis on innovation, startups, and entrepreneurship. And lot of programs we are creating. We are also entering into school education. Okay, that at the class 6 itself, we have actually national startup policy we have created through the MIC. And this policy is as early as 2017-18. And large number of activities are happening at school and engineering colleges. And even now we are getting into the degree colleges, BBA and BCA colleges. I am hoping to see large number of startups which are going to be successful, will be created by Indians. There is no doubt about it. We are already third largest startup capital of the world, and we would like to see more and more happening in soon.
Right. Sir, MIT has a lot of labs, and there are some amazing innovation that we are seeing. I want you to give a perspective in terms of what are the innovation that you are seeing, right, in the deep tech area, deep tech, etc., right? So, some of the examples.
So I think, sir, you had AI integrated in your organization long back than anybody else thought of AI. Starts with AI, CTE. So, right? So having come to that, I think the whole perspective about innovation. Last year's Startup Mahakumbh, right? I met this startup who said, if you are a parent, you can have children in the virtual world and help them grow and kind of see them grow with you, and then later decide you really want to have a children or not. You want to have a child or not? So
birth rate will drop.
Birth rate will seriously drop. In this very Bharat Mandapam, in the first edition of Startup Mahakumbh, this was a startup showcasing, right? So imagine.
Sir, I just want to add, there is a student, 19-year-old student, who is building a startup to motivate young girls to get married.
Right? So the spectrum of the ideas, and not just ideas translating into execution is actually quite really mind-boggling, and sometimes it's something that we are really amazed with. So the human no matter how much we talk about AI, deep tech and all of that, there is something, the human ingenuity, that is always going to stay ahead of the curve, right? I think that's what we are all about. I have another way of it's more about augmented intelligence, or accessible intelligence is what another couple of AIs that I could think about. So having said that, there is a wonderful spectrum. So health tech and med tech is something that we're seeing some amazing innovations, sir. So the cost of testing, as one of my startup in the MIT startup arena, deep tech arena, has come up with a kind of a box which is as small as a coffee maker in your desk, in your tabletop, that could perform about almost 20 to 24 blood tests in a matter of about 10 minutes with almost 97% accuracy. And that to a region where medical resources are inaccessible, to kind of remote locations, to hilly areas, to where for soldiers serving in the front end, for them it's a complete game changer. An ASHA worker can actually carry it on her handbag and go across and get the test done. So ranging in medtech, material science, in terms of additive manufacturing, in terms of every domain, in space tech, we all spoke about space tech in the previous panel. Every possible domain, there is something very, very interesting happening. And what's amazing is all of this is happening at a very at an affordable price point, which will change the way not only India consumes this products and product innovation, but we can also serve to emerging countries in North Africa, in East Asian economies, where we can actually change quality of life. So I keep saying this, those who have heard me before will probably find it repetitive. I said any technology has to change, improve quality of life. Otherwise, it's not much of use, right? So we kind of push our innovators, our young startups to see where we can innovate and that impacts quality of life. And there is no dearth of that in the Indian ecosystem now.
Excellent. And I can tell you, as entrepreneurs, one of the opportunity that we have is we should go and spend some time in those institutions. There are a lot of technologies available for you to license. There are a lot of startups that are available for you to acquire, and there are a lot of innovation teams that you can acquire, right? That's an opportunity for all the startups, right? If you think the cost of innovation or the time required to innovate is very large, this is a hack, and that's what we were talking about. To become an innovation leader, you need to find a hack, and fortunately for us, there is enough infrastructure and investment that have already happened, and it's there for you to go and get that, right? What we need is the great entrepreneurs to come, work with them, take it over and take them to the market, and that's a real opportunity. Sir, I think we'll run out of time, right? As a parking thought, I want to just tell you, how do you see this in next 10 years, right? What do you see within the innovation landscape of India in next 10 years?
Innovation is not a luxury for the few. It's going to be a necessary for all. I feel, the young people have to embrace this and start looking at be an innovator, because that will give you a lot of happiness. Because when you solve a problem, a societal problem, is nothing beyond that actually. Beyond what you make money, what you created big companies, or beyond that, this will be a very, very helpful. I think this is a golden time. I encourage every one of you. We have lot of programs to support that at AICT. We conduct IDE boot camps, innovation, design thinking, entrepreneurship boot camps continuously, and we have Udyamotsav where we connect you to the funding, venture funds. So recently on India Startup Day on 16 January, we had a huge, more than 100 venture funders got together and looked at, and we had pitching sessions, and many of these young people won huge prizes and went on to the next level of their own creation of startups. So I feel the opportunities are plenty for you. As rightly said, a lot of investment has been made by many of the line ministries of the government of India, and there are plenty of opportunities for you, and there are a lot of incubators as well, in the country, almost 2,000 you are mentioning. So there is plenty of opportunity for you. I'd like every one of you to embrace this opportunity and take risks, because risk taking is very, very important to become a successful entrepreneur. So otherwise, if you wanted to always go for a job, then automatically you will not be an entrepreneur. So you have to take risks, and that ability I am seeing more and more in our young population. So in our time, it was not there. But today, there are a lot of young people with a lot of confidence, take risks, and they can create Googles or Apple of India.
Okay, sir.
I just want to keep it very simple. Be part of the solution, right? I think the problem-solving mindset is what we need. Problems are plenty. All we need is to solve problems and make. As entrepreneurs are simple, innovators are simple. Solve a problem, create value, make money, and create wealth out of it. I think that's the equation that we need to follow.
Right. Amazing points. Right. Again, I want to come back to you and tell you guys, there is a great opportunity. All that you need to do is think bold, think deep, and think bigger. Right. I am sure each and every entrepreneur who is here can do a much better by thinking 10x of what you are doing. There are technologies available. There is funding available. There is an opportunity. There is a market. It just wants you to think bigger and think better. Best of luck to all of you, and thanks again to my panelists.
discussion is going to be talking about the topic regulatory landscape for startups, balancing compliance and growth, exploring how tax policies, competition laws and regulatory frameworks impact startups and what reforms can facilitate a thriving startup ecosystem.
Yes, we are all set for our next panel discussion. We are just preparing our stage for it. As you can see, the speakers already on the board, on the screen, as you can see. Ladies and gentlemen, time to welcome, dive deep into regulatory landscape for startups, balancing compliance and growth. Our moderator today, Mr. Mohit Bhasin, Partner Economic Growth, KPMG, will lead this important discussion. Big hand for Mr. Bhasin. Thank you, Mr. Bhasin, for joining us here. Now let's give a warm welcome to our knowledgeable panelists. Yeah, let's gear up the stage for it. Mr. Bhasin, a very warm welcome to you at the Startup Mahakumbh 2025. I hope you're having a great time here with us. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
And audience, are we excited for the next one? Can I have a louder yes? Thank you. Please keep up the energy in the room.
So while we're doing the arrangements, before calling our panelists, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned with us.
Yes, now let's give a warm welcome to our knowledgeable panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big hand for Shri Anshuman Patnaik, Director General IRS, Competition Commission of India. A very warm welcome, sir. And we would like to thank you for sharing your clear insights on regulations. Now I would like to invite on stage Shri Prasanjit Singh, Director General Investigation Income Tax. A very warm welcome, sir. Your expertise on tax and compliance is greatly valued. Now I would like to welcome on stage Shri Raman Chopra, Joint Secretary, TPL1, Central Board of Direct Taxes. Thank you for your tireless work in shaping our policy, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a big hand for our panelists? Each time I do the introduction, we want a big hand for our panelists. I now would like to invite Ms. Soumya Russell Mishra, Founder, Avatar Skincare Technologies. Big hand. Now I would like to invite Mr. Rajat Mehta, Chairman, Abhiyan Capital.
Let's hand over to our moderator, Mr. Bhasin.
Mr. Bhasin, over to you.
Hello everyone, thank you so much for joining and thank you my esteemed panelists for being with me on this panel, and this is certainly one of the most sought after subject during these 3 days of Marathon Mahakumbh, what we all have been witnessing. Thank you all the members who are with us. This is a pretty interesting subject because we are talking about startup and an interlock of startup with regulation. Then we have specifically thought together an interesting panel of policymakers, investors, and someone who's actually a beneficiary. So that's how this composition is very, very unique if you see the panel members who are joining with me. What we will try to drive out is how are we performing when it comes to the regulation and challenges, and what really needs to be done. At the same time, we want to keep that distance without getting into much from the regulation perspective. A small disclosure, my name is Mohit Bhasin. I'm a partner with KPMG and I'm responsible for helping DPIIT in the Startup India program as a program management team. So I will try to drive my thinking from that for sure, at the same time bringing in outside-in perspective. Now, given what's happening in the ecosystem, we are talking about 120 roughly unicorns. We're talking about $150 billion of investment funding in the last few years. We're talking about nearly over 150,000 registered startups, especially in the last 9 years. Definitely, we have moved the needle. Definitely there is a buzz, and I can see in the last 2 days and especially today the kind of energy this floor has is really mind-boggling. The kind of enthusiasm which our young population and our startup founders are bringing is super impressive. So that is something which I can take as a pride as a country. We have definitely been able to move that needle from not even being called as a startup nation, maybe pre-2016, 2015, to a much more vibrant startup ecosystem. And of course, we have a long way to go. So with this, I take the opportunity of inviting Shri Prasenjit Singh ji. So welcome. Mr. Singh is a distinguished officer of Indian Revenue Services from the 1990 batch, and currently over his career, sir has managed multiple positions with the Income Tax Department, and currently he is also responsible from the investigation perspective. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for joining. I'm also joined by Mr. Raman Chopra. Mr. Chopra, thank you for joining. Mr. Chopra is a distinguished officer from the Indian Revenue Services from the 1993 batch. He's currently serving as a Joint Secretary of Tax Policy and Legislation, we abbreviate it as TPL, in the Department of Revenue, which is coming under the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Chopra has completed his Bachelor's of Engineering from the Punjab Engineering College, Chandigarh. Welcome, Mr. Chopra. I take the privilege of welcoming Shri Anshuman Patnaik. Mr. Patnaik, thank you for joining. Mr. Patnaik is a distinguished officer from the Indian Revenue Services from the 1994 batch, and is currently serving as a Director General of Investigation at the Competition Commission of India. Now, I'm delighted to invite Soumya Mishra. Soumya, welcome to the panel. And Soumya has an impressive career of working on the private sector. She has worked with Bain, she has worked with Hedrick & Struggle, and now she is an entrepreneur. She is currently the founder of Avatar Skincare Technologies, a tech-enabled platform offering non-invasive skin and body treatment. Her personal experience with skin issues inspired her to create this accessible and effective skincare solution, and she's going to help us bridge the gap between the government thinking and how a private and entrepreneur, and especially a women-led entrepreneur organization, has to really grow in our current ecosystem. Welcome, Soumya. I take the opportunity of inviting my panel member, Mr. Rajat Mehta. Mr. Mehta is a prominent leader in the Indian investment and the startup ecosystem. He has also served as a chairman of Jito Angel Network. Besides that, he is also the CIO of Stargazer Fund. He has a very, very startling career, different portfolios in the Mehta Group also. He has worked. He's serving in the Mehta Group also. I mean, the list goes on and on, but the whole punch is that he has been investing in the startup space, and as I understand, he has already made more than 50 investments. So if you're looking for an investor, you know whom to catch. So with this, how I want to orient this session is probably under 2 rounds of discussion, and I request my panel members to please share their thoughts. So first point, I want to start with the line of thinking around the challenges. Right? As per you, what kind of challenges entrepreneur, or we call it as startup, or we even call them as innovators, are facing in this space? Now, Singh sir, now tax compliance can often be overwhelming for startup, especially when they are so young, so fragile, especially the new age startups who are just starting 1 year old. How do you see them navigating this element, sir?
First of all, thank you to the team for inviting for this panel discussion. And to the point raised by Shri Bhasin, first of all, we need to understand that the regulators and the startups are to be viewed as a partners, and even we are partners. We should not be thinking that something regulators comes in the picture, because innovation and regulation are inherently distinctive, because they are work against each other. naturally. But it is important to understand that the entire, if we see the perspective from the taxation point of view in the last 1 decade, the last 10 years and more, the entire focus has been to facilitate, to build an environment for the ecosystem to develop. And we can see from the last several perspectives the government of India has brought up and the tax administration has introduced by simplification, bringing transparency, bringing accessibility and reducing litigation. The idea is that the more we use of technology, because it is a privilege to share with the August gathering that the Income Tax Department is one of the most technology-driven department in the entire government of India. And with the help of the technology, we always we have the drive and we have the vision which is in line with the government of India's PM's vision of Viksit Bharat, that is Sabka Vikas, Sabke Saath, Sabka Vishwas. So we also driven, because the idea is that if we take the example of the recently introduced income tax bill which has been introduced in the parliament in the standing committee, the whole idea is to simplify the procedures, simplify the language, to make understanding for the stakeholders. What happens is that once the stakeholders, language becomes simple, the procedures become understandable, the accessibility becomes there, then it is always there that the litigation also goes down, and the misunderstanding which happens, or the what I can say, that apprehensions which as a tax people naturally hold that taxmen also always will be arbitrary or something like that. That negative image also it takes a backseat with a simplification. Because my colleagues will also be speaking, I will just to bring a perspective in the last decade. A lot of activities and a lot of legislations have been introduced by the India Tax Administration, which includes the tax holiday and then the ESOPs incentives, and then also incentives for investors to save the capital gains, and also even the assessment procedures also have been simplified, just to ensure that the startups founders, the startup companies do not get into litigations, unnecessary litigations. So the whole idea is that the more simplification, the more transparent we introduce, it will become easier for the startups, and we also complement them. We need to also understand that tax administrators, we are there to complement the entire ecosystem, and a lot of changes which have been brought in the last 10 years have been just a result because the stakeholders have given the feedback, and the government is always ready, the Ministry of Finance is always willing to understand what are the needs for the taxpayers, the ecosystem, how to make its ecosystem more vibrant, more robust. That is the whole idea. So this is the entire, we are partners, we look for suggestions, we are always open to suggestions, and as far as the regulation in the tax administration point of view, we see it is very robust, and we always try to understand the requirements and to go for changes wherever required. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think this is quite impressive to see that a regulator or an administrator is starting to operate like a partner, not just think like a partner. And definitely there's a lot of movement which has happened in this space. Thank you so much. So allow me to just bring in Mr. Chopra. Mr. Chopra, I understand that tax is one of the revenue sources for the government. At the same time, we also have to see that it does not create any burden or a liability on this fragile segment of startups. How do you see this is being balanced?
Thanks, Mohit. The problem with law is, where we start from is that all are equal before law. That is where we start from. And once we start from this premise, we have to move into a direction where we can actually identify small groups who need to be protected, who need to be given a different treatment. And that is what has happened in the last 10 years vis-a-vis startups. First of all, if you go back 10 years, there was no recognition separately. A startup is a small industry, and maybe some turnover-based incentives which were available in filing, etc., were available to a startup. Presently, we've moved a long way from that. The moment we start moving away from that basic principle of equity before law, we are able to identify specific segments. Startup is a very important segment, and that is what the government realized, that this is an extremely important segment. So once that was identified and that decision was taken at the policy level that this is an important segment, how do we help the segment? We in sitting in policy or the government in the executive side cannot imagine out of nowhere that how will we help the startups. And that is where, as Sir had mentioned, that the partnership concept was extremely important. And I must appreciate, DPIIT is one of, I've been interacting with DPIIT so often now, since the last 7-8 years. They've been very dynamic on this front. They've set up bodies. The CIM actually addresses Startup India function, and he addresses a full gathering. We are a member from the finance ministry, from the other ministries. All ministries participate in that setup and actually identify where the problems are, where the help is required. And if we are able to identify where help is required, which we have been to a certain extent, so then we can help, and you can see the outcome. That outcome is that startup is growing. From the revenue perspective, if you say that we've foregone too much revenue, I don't visualize it in that manner. जब आपकी इनकम होगी तभी तो टैक्स देंगे ना, और इनकम कब होगी? इनकम तब होगी जब आप ग्रो करेंगे, जब आप एस्टैब्लिश हो पाएंगे, जब जो 1.5 लाख स्टार्टअप है वो प्रॉफिट गेन कर पाएंगे, प्रॉफिट के बाद ही तो टैक्स की बारी आती है. और अगर if we are able to enable you to grow, then we are successful from the government's perspective. Your goal is also that, and our goal is also that. We want to try to promote development. Development, when it grows, it results in revenue. There is no conflicting perspective. As it is somehow sought कि मैंने incentive दे दिया तो ये इससे सरकार का नुकसान हो गया, ये नहीं है. It is absolutely not to be seen in that perspective. Because development results in other activities which actually aid to further revenues. There is a multiplier in the economy. Actual tax benefit, if you aggregate that, would not be too much. We give it in the receipt budget, that this is the quantum of tax loss from all startups. It is very minimal. So you can see it from that perspective. Yes, government tries to focus policy on these lines, that yes, some tax should come, it should go to the right people. What the conflict here is, incorrect people should not get the benefit. That is what we focus on. And in that perspective, a 3-year tax holiday has been given, as we've already seen, for all startups. Apart from that the cash flow problem, that was also handled very well in the ESOP thing, because that was a practical suggestion which came from the startups कि हमारे पास पैसे हैं ही नहीं सैलरी देने के लिए, तो हम उनको शेयर्स दे देते हैं. जब शेयर्स दे देते हैं तो उनके पास इनकम हो जाती है, वो शेयर्स बिकते ही नहीं है मार्केट में, तो वो टैक्स कहाँ से देगा उन शेयर्स के लिए? So it is a practical problem which was raised by the industry, recognized by the government, placed on the statute. It's not a question of tax loss or anything. Yes, revenues keep on building. We've been growing from around 6 lakhs, we've gone to 22 lakhs. So we've nearly doubled in the 10-year span. So revenues have grown well. Despite the incentives, we've moved away from incentives, brought the tax rates down. So collectively, we've identified the segment. We've tried to give them whatever they had sought. We are still open to suggestions. Government is this government is very sensitive to feedback. As sir has also mentioned, this government is extremely sensitive to feedback. आप आके कुछ suggestion तो दें, फिर देखें कि हम उसको handle कैसे करते हैं. और हम सभी हम हैं. मैं इस तरफ नहीं हूँ और आप उस तरफ नहीं है. That is my basic message at the outcome, that we are always open for suggestions. We are always open to progress together. That is what I want to say. Thank you.
Mr. Shubham, thank you so much, and I 200% echo you. The kind of changes which this country has brought in last 3 to 5 years, especially when it comes to the fiscal and taxation and legislative issues startups are dealing, has only been possible because we got very good representation from the industry. And government has done, and of course there's a long way to go, so please come forward, help the government understand what needs to be done to benefit you, and you are hearing clearly from the leaders and the real decision makers of the government that they can really fix it if you believe there is a problem and help you to grow. Allow me to just bring in now Mr. Patnaik. Mr. Patnaik, you are at a pretty interesting position sitting in Competition Commission of India. There's a digital boom of startup, digital economy we are talking about. It's very complicated. I understand you have to also deal with the pressing issues of anti-competitive challenges which startups are facing. And how do you see CCI as an enabler in this whole ecosystem, sir?
Yeah, thanks for inviting me. I would like to say that a good competition policy is a sine qua non for startup to grow. So there are no regulatory restrictions on startup as such from Competition Commission of India, because most of the deals are passed through what's called de minimis exemptions. If you have assets less than 450 crores or turnover less than 1200 crores, almost all the investments are not seen through the CCI lenses. In that way, there is a lot of clarity on that. But startups do face problems from the big firms, these are digital firms. They are popularly called GAFAM: Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft. Now NVIDIA and something are coming. Because these firms are pretty powerful, they have rich resources of data. Against them, startups sometimes find difficulty in growing up. So that is the major challenges. The major challenges are like self-preferencing. They will promote their products rather than startup products. They will do anti-steering. They will not allow startups to talk to them directly. And they can also do what's called denial of market access. And there are issues of platform neutrality also. They don't perform in a neutral way so that the startups can burgeon. So that's why in those cases, the startup should come forward and file a complaint before the commission. Then commission will take up the case. Generally, because our remedies are in RAME, so we don't do individual cases. We do market corrections. So if the startups find that they are getting a short shrift from the big firms, they can file a complaint before or information before the commission, and commission will take up the cases. A couple of cases recently have helped the startups, like I can tell because it's in public domain. In Google case, Google was not allowing the payment processes, alternate payment processes through their app. Now that's been allowed, and NCLT has confirmed that. Recently also we passed an order against Meta. Meta was taking, WhatsApp was taking the data of all the consumers and business here, and they were sharing it with the principal firm, Meta, all the data, and there was no opt-out clauses. Against those orders, some interesting decisions have been filed, and which are going to help startups. But again, the issue is very complicated, and the penalties can be humongous. The penalties can be 10% of global turnover. So they also context all the cases. So that's why so startups, if they feel they are being neglected, they are being not given proper business processes by these big firms, they can still file a complaint before a commission. We will take up the cases.
Thank you, Mr. Patnaik. I think articulating these safeguards, what you have been able to set up for our fragile ecosystem of startup, safeguarding them is quite comforting. I think, of course, when I come forward, educate CCI, take their help, that will really help. Ms. Mishra, you are in an interesting space where you're talking about the intersection of wellness, aesthetic, health tech, right? This is a, I would say, gray zone for regulators. How do you see this unfolding? I remember during COVID time, there was an issue of health tech, the telephone-related health services, right? And this is another interesting area. How do you see this year unfolding, and what is the expectation you have from officers sitting with you on the panel?
Yeah, it is so one, it's health tech, and second, it's also a manpower intensive sector because we provide AI powered aesthetic solutions at home across 18 cities, which means we're dealing with compliances across 18 cities, and there are geographical compliances also, right? So there is GST by state, there is Shop and Establishment Act for every center. You have so many employees now. How do you treat your contractors? How do you treat your full-time employees? There's ESI, there's PF, there's minimum wages, and then there is, we are also a tech platform. So, we take services from companies which are based abroad. So then there are reverse charges, compliances. So there are thousands of those, and it's 2 years into the journey, and every month when I sit with my CA, he said, "Ye aapne kaise kar diya? You should have asked me before doing this transaction. You pay because a lot of founders are sitting here, that the biggest insight that I got is that you cannot just directly swipe a card on ChatGPT Enterprise. You're apparently supposed to take a TRC. You need to inform the government that I'm making an overseas payment." So while it is very loud and clear that the government's heart is in the right place when it comes to giving regulatory comfort to the startups, but I think what we as a founders miss and ignore a lot of times is because most of the time we are so heavily into firefighting and getting things done and executing that we completely miss out on that, every transaction involves some kind of compliance, not just transaction. Like we have these laser devices, and then when we opened a new city, we just got like 5 machines transported via train to Mumbai, and then our CA says, "No, you're supposed to cut an e-way bill." And I said, "What is an e-way bill?" So you have to invoice from one center to other center. So I think just the awareness of what a founders are supposed to do or what companies are supposed to do, and then the reality is that early stage founders cannot invest in a full-time CS, a full-time CA, and there are organizations which are providing fractional CFO services, but then because they are remote, they don't have visibility into everything that you do. So there is a space for either a platform or more education or more awareness into, what startups have to do to be regulatorily compliant generally. And, there are hundreds of things, like, if I make a payment to, say, a freelancer developer who's made my app, who I found, who's sitting in, say, Japan. Now, how do I pay that person? What is the GST that I have to pay in India to make that payment? So that is really important. So that's just about running a business or running a startup in general. And then when it comes to health tech, as you mentioned, of course, there are things which are written, and then there are things which are assumed. And then, we are always in a flux. Just tell us what is right so that we can work together. So I think there's also room for, I take it on the founder side to, make a lobby and actually, initiate a dialogue with the regulators on what's the right way to go about things.
This is interesting. So I'm assuming that there is nothing like a sandbox offer to you so that you can experiment and flourish both, right? So this is a good takeaway. Thank you so much. Mr. Mehta, you are an investor, and when you put in the money, you see a different level of challenges. What's your first thing which is bothering you as an investor? Do you see real challenge in this space, or it's easy play?
I think I've been investing since 2015 now, 14-15. As such, I don't see any challenge, whether it's on the regulatory sides or whether it's with the startups. I think the very fact that you are a startup in itself, as an entrepreneur, you have taken up the challenge to take up a challenge, right? So we've seen over the journey, over last sort of 10 years, 12 years, we've invested in close to 50 startups. We've invested in a couple of funds as well. I've myself been chairman of Jito Angel Network, where we have 950 investors who invest in almost 150 startups to date. We're managing a new startup now ourselves called Abhiyan Capital. And I think, the entrepreneurs, they are like warriors. And the good part is we have a great support system in the form of DPIIT, and especially, and I'm not saying this because I have seen it firsthand. If you ask for help, you will get help. If you don't ask for help, you will not get anything. If you cry, you keep crying. You crib, you keep cribbing. So I think Ekla Chalo Re is not going to happen in the startup ecosystem. There's a great collaboration. We had, as an incubator, we had 3 cases where startups constantly were pushing us to give them money as a Startup India Seed Fund scheme, appointed or sort of nominated incubator. And we were not comfortable. So, we reached out for help and we were given help immediately. So I think you have to ask, you have to ideate, you have to request, and you will be given some kind of solution. So I think it's very easy to get through the regulators. It's very easy to get through the ecosystem players. It's very easy to get through the investors now. And I think we have built a great ecosystem. But there'll always be people who will have more requests, more ideas, more suggestions. And I think everybody in the ecosystem is dynamic enough to look at things when they are at the right stage at the right time. So I think government does recognize at which step what should be taken, and they're open to ideas. So I'm honestly, as an investor, it's been easy. It's not been tough. It's actually been tougher to look at startups doing new things. Point in case, people come to us wanting to do the same things over and over again, which has already been built, there's already no market share left to do. So as investors, we are actually constantly trying to find companies that are really innovative or that are trying to do something in a better way, in a more efficient manner.
This is comforting, actually, to hear that the investing space is relatively easy. Of course, there's a long way to go. There are a few technical challenges with DPIIT solving. So I think we are just almost on time. I would like to start wrapping up by coming from you directly and then coming back to in the reverse order. I just would like you to give one message. This message, either it could be for a startup or even for a government. So that, how do you see them moving forward?
So for the startups, I have a simple message. I think Government of India is backing multiple incubation centers. Please go to them for help. Okay? The incubation centers, some of them are very good. They're very established, and they will sort of support you. They will act as a sandbox. You have seen phenomenal results coming out of Y Combinator in US, right? And we will be able to create a lot of accelerators, incubators, provided startups are ready to go to them. We have investors in almost every sort of city now in the country. They also should promote and push startups to go to incubation centers, so that at least a simple sort of situation of getting to a point is they're ready to go to market. For the government, I think you've done a great job, and you will keep doing a great job. But I think push more and more startups towards the incubation centers. They will do a great job.
So just a question to my audience: if you raise your hand if you're aware about the incubators and accelerators which are accessible to you. If you are aware about the incubators and accelerators which are accessible to you, if you can raise your hands. Okay, so very few, which means a long way to go in terms of educating them. What are the possibilities? Yeah. Ms. Mishra, just a quick short summary. You have one recommendation.
Given the theme of this discussion, I would say every founder should know that every transaction that you're doing, every hire that you're making, every payment that you're making to your vendor has some compliance involved, and it's good to be aware of it sooner than later, before it pinches you or before your penalty bill or your interest liability increases. So actively we always ignore it, but it's a very important segment, and one should be aware of it.
Thank you. Mr. Patnaik.
I again tell you that startups can go in a light touch regulatory framework, and Competition Commission of India is on it. And there won't be any problem from regulatory side on startups issues unless they do price fixing. Otherwise, they are pretty free to do anything regarding investment. However, if they think that they are being taken on a short shift, they are being not given proper, their business process is being hindered by big firms, they should come to us. We'll take care of them.
Thank you, Mr. Chopra.
Yeah, I already gave the message in the first part that wherever there is an issue, do come to the government. Because unless you come to the government, we will not be able to satisfy or solve that issue. The second part which I got from the discussion here was that on the outreach side also, you have to identify where you are lacking. जिन चीज़ों की नॉलेज आपको नहीं है वो रेज करें, लाइन मिनिस्ट्री DPIIT अवेलेबल है, वो कैप्सूल्स बना के आपको टैक्स रेगुलेशन पर, GST रेगुलेशन पर शॉर्ट कैप्सूल्स सर्व कर सकती है, लाइव ऑफिसर्स के आउटरीच प्रोग्राम्स अरेंज कर सकती है. उसके लिए भी आपको ही बताना पड़ेगा कहाँ पर, वेयर डू यू नीड असिस्टेंस. दैट आउटरीच इज एक्सट्रीमली इम्पॉर्टेंट बिकॉज एज मिस्टर मेहता सेड दैट द फाइनेंशियल साइड इज परहैप्स ईजियर, द रेगुलेटरी पर्सपेक्टिव इज समवॉट, दैट कंप्लायंस पर्सपेक्टिव मुझे पता ही नहीं है कैसे करना है.
सही बात है.
वो आइडेंटिफाई आप करें क्या आपको पता नहीं है, और जब आप वो आइडेंटिफाई करेंगे अपनी लाइन मिनिस्ट्री में आए, उनके आउटरीच प्रोग्राम्स हम GST के लिए, टैक्स के लिए, कंपटीशन के लिए सब बना के आपको सर्व कर सकते हैं.
सर योर लास्ट वर्ड प्लीज.
Just to add to what the other panelists have said, that as innovations is always bring disruptions, and that is the welcome change always. But we also need to understand as the founders also that there are other stakeholders also who are all will be getting affected by the disruptions. So the better it is that the founders are also aware of the regulations also. That will bring more transparency and more confidence amongst the investors, and for better they will be getting more, they will be in a position to get better funds. And as already Raman has pointed out, government is always ready to be there as a hand holding and as a partner. This is all.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for all my panelists for joining and sharing insights. Thank you so much.
We are deeply grateful to all our panelists for their time and their thoughtful contributions to Startup Mahakumbh 2025. I'm sure a lot to learn from you all. So once again, we would like to thank everyone for joining us here. I would like to request Shri Sanjeev ji to please join us here, Joint Secretary DPIIT, to felicitate our speakers on stage.
Hello, good morning all of you. I am Professor Venkatramanna, advisor for Premier Explosives Limited, Hyderabad. Our company is an exclusive company which deals with all the high energy materials used for commercial explosives and defense and space explosives. That's our core as well as our strength. Comes for various defense applications, whether it is LR-SAM, SR-SAM, or any other missiles. And then for the space applications, we both, one is on the chemistry part, which is the synthesis of high energy materials, their desensitization, and another dealing with the propellants. We have factories, around 8 factories in India. 2 of the manufacturing units are there in Hyderabad, next around 70 kilometers from here. Dr. A.N. Gupta, Amarnath Gupta is our chairman. And then the managing director is Chaudhary ji. We have other directors, Ruga Prasad, and independent directors. We have a very strong R&D associated with the Premier Explosives Limited at Katepalli division as well as Petakantapur. We have also good number of awards from the President of India, from the Prime Minister, from the state governments regarding the technology transfers. And we do have many opportunities for young scientists who wish to join us. We welcome them into our association for joining us in their jobs. Also, we have a lot of collaborations with many of the academic industries, academics, that is IIT Chennai, Gulbarga University, BITS Pilani, and many other institutions, including IICT, as well as we market also not only to the defense and space, which are our very strong components, apart from that to abroad also. And this is a 3,000 crore turnover company. And we thank the IICT, CSIR, IICT, and other organizations for making our presence here. Thank you all.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
We've done about 900 startups. We've invested about 1,400 crores. We have about 5,000 investors on our Angel AIF. And my team actually, along with a lot of other people today, have curated the entire Maharathi Challenge. And, just picking up a leaf from yesterday's conversation of the Honorable Minister Piyush Goyal, is that we had the highest number of applications in deep tech and AI. So just kind of bringing that up, because I think there is a lot of misconception that India does not have enough deep tech companies today. But with that, I'll give the mic over to Vivek.
Hi, thank you. I'm Vivek. I'm general partner at Samved VC. We are an early stage US-based fund which is investing in India. And our core thesis is that India needs to improve the productivity. So anything which helps people improve the productivities of our interests. So that's what we focus on. I've been an active angel investor for the last 10-15 years. I'm very active on the Let's Venture platform. And I had a large group of syndicate behind me, and some of us have come together to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mahavir.
Hi, I'm Mahavir. I've been angel investing for 13-14 years. Founded Rajasthan Angels, Thai India Angels, and now doing my own fund. Investing in idea and early stage companies 0 to 1. Thank you.
I am Vibhur. I'm part of a fund called Capital to Be. It's an $80 million fund. And we're largely investing in science and tech companies, early stage.
Hi, I'm Vikram Vedyanathan. I lead a fund called Z47. We were called Matrix Partners India before. We manage roughly $1.5 billion in India and invest at early stages, usually check sizes of $4 to $5 million to start with. We also have an early stage platform which is an angel syndicate called DVC, where we do much smaller checks of $100,000 and so on. We're the first investors in the Ola group of companies, including Ola Electric, Razorpay. I know the Captain Fresh founder was just here, off business and so on.
So I'm going to dive straight in. I think a lot of people want to understand how do you get the first check after the coffee you have with the investor. But Vivek, you are a 0 to 1 investor, and you actually have taken a lot of bets at very early stages. Tell us, how do you build conviction when you meet the founder without a product, without any market at that point of time?
So I think for people like me, the journey starts much before we have the meeting. We already have certain thesis in mind. We keep ourselves informed, and based on that, we are on the lookout for the right founders who would solve that problem. So chances are very high that when we are meeting the founders, we already have a thesis in that domain. And then if we resonate with the founder's vision and what he's trying to do, so that's the bet we take. So at our stage, we are not looking so much at traction or the revenue or the anything like that. It's basically, if we have conviction in that space, and if we find that we resonate with the founder's vision, we like the founder, so that chemistry is there. So what I'm trying to say is that more often than not, we already have a thesis around what he is trying to do, and then we come in at that early stage. We don't have too much to go as far as data is concerned.
Okay. So I'm going to now go to Mahavir, because I want to bust some of the myths which we have about, not enough entrepreneurship in tier 2 cities. And, Mahavir, you come from Jaipur, and I think Jaipur has probably seen some of the best exits in the ecosystem today, right? So tell us a little bit more of what don't we see or what don't we understand. And you've been in that space for a long time, right? So tell us, how has it evolved? And where is the kind of exit coming from a city like Jaipur?
See, I have always been professing the fact that the tier 2, tier 3 cities in India have a much better opportunity for startups to be in, with cost of living, quality of life, etc., and overheads being low. But I think Jaipur has been an anomaly because the ecosystem has come together and evolved. We as TIE, we as Rajasthan Angels started in 2000. TIE started in 2002, Angel in 2011, and we were only investing in Rajasthan-based startups for the first 3-4 years. And then the government picked up from 2015-16 onwards, and now we're still working in sync with each other, and we are getting HNIs and ultra HNIs to convert to investors. We're educating them. We're working with incubators. So I think the ecosystem has to come together, and the fact that it's close to Delhi, very easy to get into and get out of, was one other reason. The other reason I think Jaipur or Rajasthan has inherently is dhanda. We don't worry about the top line as business people. We need to be very secure on what we spend, how we spend. So we are very, very frugal with the fundraisers that have happened in the startups in Rajasthan. We've not gone overboard. The fact that we are sitting put in Jaipur and saving money in itself is a proof to that. So I think it's absolutely technology, idea, passion, everything works, but I think bottom line is very, very critical. And we've seen that through tough times in the last 5 or 6 years. So I think Jaipur has proved beyond doubt that you can scale up and be profitable, and that's what's advantage Jaipur.
So proximity to a larger city as well as somebody like Mahavir there, because I think you need the champions in the ecosystem, right?
Absolutely.
You need someone who's committed for a longer time.
You have to, every ecosystem has to be branded, and brand ambassadors are very, very critical. Otherwise, you don't come in the news, and you just stay put and stay quiet. So I think it's very important to market yourselves. And Jaipur as a city, all of us collectively as investors have marketed well and consistently at every level. So I think that's an advantage too.
Yeah. So now coming to Vibhor, you have a very interesting title on LinkedIn which says Science and Tech Investor. And since we are talking about early stage, and off stage you talked about having made 30 investments, tell us as a deep tech investor, how do you decide when there is no product, when there is very little, because deep tech is a long game, right? We all understand it requires more patient capital. Talk a little bit about, if I am a deep tech investor as a founder, how do I pitch to Vibhor, and what would make him write the check to me?
So a couple of things, one, I've been a techie for most of my life, right? And I've been doing investing only for the last 5 years. So it's sort of organic for me to look at the science and tech piece first. So I have a thesis. So the kind of founders I'm looking for is one, like Vivek said, who are in line with the thesis. But I'm more intrigued by the founders who are challenging that thesis, right? And I'll read a lot of science and tech journals to understand what's happening in the world. And I love the 60s and the 70s, the hippie culture, because a lot of brilliant papers were written then, which are now becoming plausible and implementable because of the advancements in hardware and software alike. So one is, are people looking at a problem that is worth solving? Right? Because a lot of deep tech founders also have a solution-first approach. Hey, I did my thesis in this subject, I went deep in this, and I think this is awesome, and I'm building a company around it. Yeah. Right? I'd rather that the founder is looking at a problem first, and whether or not the solution fits the glove, etc. Right? One is that. Second is, will the science work or not? Because the first part of failure is the science won't work. Right? And how far will that happen down the line? And can we as early stage investors carry the company till then, when there is a product in sight? And then comes the challenge of commercialization, revenue, etc., which is a far cry in the early days. Yeah,
absolutely. I think it's a little more complex than what you're trying to tell us, and I think we have to just kind of start probably meeting more deep tech founders as investors so that you're able to evaluate. Like I was on the jury of the deep tech and the AI panel, and almost 50% of the companies we kind of marked them as not deep tech. So I think founders like to put that label, but when you go one level deeper, you're not building a deep tech company. And I think that is important as a founder, not to fall into the wrong category, right? Probably if that startup had applied in a different category, they might have been shortlisted, right?
So one point is there a distinguishable IP there or not?
Yes. Yes. Now coming to Vikram, and we spoke about DVC and the pre-seed and the angel network you're building. I'm just curious if you can talk to us about how do you actually identify a pre-seed company? And I want to go through that question again and again because I think each of us will have a very different insight into actually how do I go from coffee to check?
Sure. See, we actually, on DVC, we actually work with a network of angels. And each of you, as you go through your journeys, I'm amazed, like each of you are super nodes in your network, right? And there are certain pockets that you're very well known in. And I think for any sort of pre-seed founder, it's actually great to go find that super node who's your champion in the ecosystem. And at least to reach large funds like us, that is actually the best route. And to have that champion and that super node. Now, personally for me, when I meet a founder, what actually works for me, the first is actually, like Vibhor was saying, start with that pain point. There is a deep pain point in the world that you've identified, and that it is not a pain point restricted to 5 people, but actually it affects a large set of people in some way. That's the first thing. And putting that shared context, a lot of the times the VC will not, or the investor will not have that shared context that you have on how big a pain point that is, and bring that pain point to life. That's usually how that conversation starts. The second is then the unique solution and why they are best suited. Something, right, that has given them some edge, and a lot of founders miss that in that conversation, right? Bringing yourself to that conversation, saying, this is my edge in terms of solving this unique pain point in some way. And then it is, found this pain point, I have this edge, and then paint a picture of the world. Once I'm done, essentially fixing the world, this is what the world will look like. That's sort of the perfect sort of conversation. Through all of that, what I'm looking for is some deep curiosity, a way in which I can see that this person is going to grow very fast, even if they're very young, because that's what you're betting on through that journey. And then some commercial instincts, even if they're a very technical founder, some commercial instincts early on.
So I'm just curious here, because we're talking so much about networking, meeting people, knowing the right people, getting the right introductions. What do you see the difference between a male and a female founder? Like, where are women advantaged or disadvantaged in this entire early stage?
I think the overall trait that you're looking for, more than just networking, is being highly resourceful. Right? The difference between a founder and a manager is founder sets goals and then figures out what resources to get.
Yes.
And this network is one of those resources, right? Sometimes it's capital, sometimes it's network capital, it's just a resource that you're looking to get and so on. I do think, and my wife is in the room and she leads a very large part of PhonePe. And so I do think that women have certain advantages, but they miss some of the old boys network which isn't there. So they miss the natural network capital, and they have to fight a little bit harder to actually build that network capital in some way. I think there are communities that are helping, but I do think overall as an ecosystem, a lot more needs to get done.
You're just being polite. I think the women have to work probably a lot more harder, because I think it's still a very bro club culture in investing today, right? There are very few. I mean, we are still building that up, and I think times are changing. But I think there is still a long effort.
I would say all female founders in my network, as well as in our angel group and so on, all say that, like you said, you use the word polite, but maybe I don't understand the levels of pain point enough, and I think that is true, right? Because I don't have an intuitive understanding of that. It is true that there is a large gap, but it is true that overall women founders have raised less money and their valuations are less. So you can see that it is a problem in the ecosystem.
Yeah, but I think things are also changing, which I always tell my women founders, is that the customer does not know whether it's a male or a female who's built the company, right? So if you can build a product which has customer love, I think you will win the market. I mean, why would investors not invest in a good business, right? I don't think that the bias is so strong today, right? So I think it is about focusing on this problem market, problem solution, right? Like, what are you trying to build how are you building the business? I think, and then eventually you will get the attention.
Yeah, so we backed 2 female founders in the recent past. One is Ruchi, who's the founder of Oxizo, and Romita, who's the founder of Foxtail. I would say they just went out and created that network for themselves.
Yes.
They did have the advantage of being from some large networks like McKinsey and IIT, but then they just built on that.
Absolutely. So Vivek, if I were to come back to you, if a founder is pitching and if you have to walk away from a conversation, what is that one thing which will just say this is a red flag and I don't want to do this?
See, for me, when I'm investing, what I want is the problem that it's trying to solve and whether you will scale or not. And for me, the scale is basically, can I visualize a repeatable, scalable model that if you're able to solve, there are many such customers that you'll be able to go after. So what happens, especially, and that has happened lately, is that sometimes you get very good founders with very good solutions, but the validation has come from a one-off client which will not be repeatable, scalable. They'll get some validation from a CSR grant, or they will have some thing which has worked with a government, and they feel that gives them the right to win. So, they'll come back and say, we have this product which has been validated because they have got this grant or they have this order from the government, and you go deeper into it and then you realize that though they may be saying that they have certain X amount of revenue, the scalable part of that revenue or the repeatable part of that revenue is minuscule.
So basically some validation of repeatability and moving towards that product.
Yeah, I mean, that is what you need to concentrate on. Don't concentrate on this one-off things and take that as your right to win and start tom-tomming to your investors because I've got this. You fund us. And when you look at the things which is going to be the long grind, you see that the focus is not there, or that is not on their radar, how difficult the life is. So that is something that puts you off. They are going to chase one large customer rather than something which will scale. So that is something that so if somebody comes and says, I have this one customer or this one validation which I find will not be repeatable, that's a red flag for me.
So can we just go across, because I think this is an important point for founders, like what is just kosher and don't come to me.
So I'll tell you one red flag that I have is that actually an investor told me to do this, or a VC said this, right? Yes. And because it happens, and I understand that as founders you go to VC meetings and you think, hey, this investor actually likely knows best. But do not outsource your judgment to investors, because the investor is there for 30 minutes, and usually, and I will say it with all respect to all of our fellow investors, we know a lot less about we know almost next to nothing about your business versus you.
Absolutely.
So actually what you should be really focused on in making decisions is actually your consumer, your customer, what's happening with that product market fit, and bring that insight into the room. So one red flag for me is, when I asked what happened, they said, oh, this investor gave us feedback, so we did this. That is absolutely not what you should be doing.
So this is always an advice or a thought we tell our founders, is that the VC does not know everything, right? And I think a lot of people outside your core team will not know the business as well as you will know it. Vibhor?
Buzzwords.
Yes.
The moment somebody says we are an AI company, I have a null pointer exception. And the other thing is over-amplifying the solution in your own head, right? And undermining direct or indirect competitive landscapes.
Yes.
Right? Because everything is very nuanced, and all of a sudden you'll have a left field ball hitting you, and you would not know what to do. So just a very, very deep understanding of the entire landscape is something very essential in my view.
Yeah. Mahavir?
I agree with what everyone said, but in addition to that, it's not one red flag, it's a combination of many red flags. I think not knowing your product, your projections, your numbers, you have to live, breathe, eat, sleep your startup. These guys over-exaggerate and oversell or undersell, whatever. They're clueless when it comes to numbers, and whether an investor has told them or a chartered accountant has told them or someone has told them this is a valuation, they have no justification or reasoning to give when you say, why are you asking for so much of valuation, and why do you need 5 crores, or why not 2 crores? You know, they are not sure of where they're going in the next 2-3 years, because they've just gathered and mustered things, cut, copy, paste, and heard from people and put everything together. Just because they're raising 5 crores does not make their valuation to be 50 crores.
Yes.
You know, there has to be justification on everything, and not knowing all of that is also a red flag. That means that person is just raising money for the sake of raising money,
Yes.
and not for doing the business that he's supposed to be doing.
So for me personally, the red flag is just ethical boundaries, right? I think there are some founders who start with a number in the beginning of the meeting. By the time they've ended the meeting, the numbers have changed, and they are not able to listen, right? So when you tell them something, the reaction is, you know, it's such great feedback, and I love what you're saying, and I'm like, okay, we've just spent 30 minutes today, right? And I think just getting influence and trying to be the pleaser in the meeting, I think those are all just like, you don't want to work with such people in the long term. Right?
There's lack of conviction, actually.
Yes, lack of conviction. I think we have like 5 minutes left, so I wanted to open it up for questions, but just one last rapid fire, okay? TAM or team?
Team, any day. Team is much more important because TAM will be decided by how the team executes.
Yeah. What about you, Mahavir?
Oh, obviously. I mean, I don't even look at the Sam, Tam, Tom slide at all. I don't care. It's a team.
Yeah. For you, what about product or the idea? Because it is deep tech, right? So I'm still curious, how does early stage happen in deep tech?
The possibility of that idea becoming a product.
Okay, that's great. And about you, single founder or multiple founder teams?
Depends on the stage. It's early founders, then I would say having a couple of founders. I mean, there is a thing about, you know, running. If you want to run fast, you go alone. If you want to run far, you go together. So
absolutely. But now I'm going to open it up for questions. I'm sure there are a lot of people who have questions. Can we pass the mic around?
All right. Where do we go?
Keep your questions short because I want to have at least 3 questions.
Yeah, sure. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Yes.
Yeah. How do you identify the right product fit? Whenever you are having a bet with a founder, or maybe you are having a bet with a particular product, so how can you judge in maybe a one-line conversation?
Oh, just by sheer experience. We listen to pitches every single day, and we quickly know what will work, what will not work in a certain idea. So it's very, very quick and very brief for me, at least. I mean, I know what I want. I know where I want to invest. I know, in my opinion, what will work or not work. So I'm very quick. Depends on, based upon experience.
I think if you want to bring it to life, I would say there has to be product love. That some user suddenly is living some part of their life on your product. And it is just palpable, like he said, that user loves your product.
Vivek, you had some
So, you know, I've been an investor, and for me that's the whole question, when has the founder moved from MVP to market fit? And my hack is that if I talk to a founder and he's talking about the features that he's going to add, I know that he's still in the discovery phase. The moment founder starts talking about the customers and expansion, I know that they have found the market fit. So what I've realized the hard way is that when you're talking to the founders, the vocabulary of the founder changes when they're talking to investors if they found the market fit.
Great.
Awesome. That's a great point.
Thank you so much for sharing your answers.
Yeah, one more question because I have one question for the panel at the end.
Hello, my question is regarding legal tech. As a platform is offering online notarizations to the Indian public, so who would be a better fit for to get the investment, the government or because a lot of groups are showing interest, but who do we sit with in these cases?
Legal tech? Did you say legal tech?
Yes.
And what the question was?
Bringing digital notarizations to the general public, to the NBFCs, to the government, to the everything.
So my advice is always keep the government as the next option once you find your real customer.
Last option, sorry,
Last
not next.
option.
Well, the platform is already online and we are just searching for the investors. So government is the first option to go to?
I would not recommend that. I think you have to find customers who will pay quickly, right? Because there is a process of getting approved through the government machinery.
Yeah, we have already done it.
So then you should go through that. Whatever works best for you as a founder. So coming back to this, the last question I have, since we spoke about going to the government, and this question is specifically for Vibhor, right? If we were to create a process where we say in the next 5 years, we want to strengthen the deep tech and AI ecosystem of India, because that's where we believe value creation will happen. I actually think the last 10 years what has happened is great, because it has created better economy for the people who would not have access to capital, right? So in terms of, all the food sharing apps and all the ride sharing apps, all that has actually created employment. It has started to build the flywheel of the economic momentum in the country, right? But if I were to look at the next 5 years, and if I were to take one proposal to the government, Vibhor, you have to represent us today.
Putting me in a spot. Bunch of things actually. First thing is what you just said. Change the investor sentiment about government as a customer.
Yes.
Right? Most deep tech companies that I meet, government would probably be the first and only customer that they will have. There is no running away from that. Defense. Most of the innovation in the West started from defense. The internet came from defense, right? In the US and Europe, people are happy that you're working with the government, because that means it'll see through.
Yes.
Commercialization will happen.
Yes.
It isn't the case in India. So first thing that has to change is that. Second thing I believe is that the way we have PhD done in our country has to change. Right? There is basic research, there is applied research, and there is user-based research. I think a lot of emphasis has to be on applied research and user-based research. Which are the problems worth solving? You don't need citations in papers, you need PhD to entrepreneurship pathways.
Got it.
The third thing is we need a blended stack of capital. If you look at deep tech, Series A and Series B beyond, nobody's picking up these companies for the heavy lifting.
Yes.
Show me traction, show me, commercialization. If there was any commercialization, they wouldn't need venture capital so much, right? And deep tech is not something like your B2B and B2C, pump in more money and things will happen, right? So therefore, you need a blended stack of capital where you have equity, you have debt, you have MSME kind of loans that the government provides, because these are, again, after a point in time, they will mimic the classic manufacturing paradigm, most of these companies. I mean, top 3 in my view.
And just again an observation, because I was on the AI deep tech jury, 30% of the companies were bootstrapped who actually came to us, and they've done pretty good traction. Right, so I think there is that momentum building up. But anybody has closing thoughts here on the panel?
I share Vibhor's, I would say, historical pessimism on where the government is in terms of as a customer and so on. But we've seen some of this change, right? And I think we are the first investor in Ola Electric, which is essentially started as a EV play, then became a battery play and so on. I don't think that could have been possible without the debt capital balance sheet, and I think it's very important what Vibhor said. As a founder, you have to think of not just equity funding, but multiple other ways of building your balance sheet in order to go after this opportunity. But then the PLI opportunity showed up. That's what made that entire thing show up, right? So as a founder, to think of these different capital bases, but I do think, I used to be there saying government is the last customer, but what I've seen with, for example, the payments ecosystem actually now starting to get all the subsidies on time on a quarterly basis, as well as the EV ecosystem starting to happen, I think some of this is changing. But I also work for an Israeli startup. Everything came out of defense. We don't have that talent density and ecosystem.
You have anything to add here?
I mean, it might have come out of defense, but drone tech was killed in India because of dependence on government. I think we were lagging behind. Blockchain, with the stigma of crypto, is kind of stuck because of all of these things, and there's so much that blockchain can do. I think I somehow feel that from land records to birth, death, whatever degrees, there's so much that the government can help enable deep tech, but I don't see that happening for some reason or the other. And that is where, as an early stage investor, I become wary of for a startup or a deep tech company that will depend on a government or governments across the world. So it is a challenge. I don't know if these 3 points will help solve it, but a lot of shift has to happen.
Anything to add, Vivek?
Yes, I work very closely with the incubators at various IITs, from IIT Madras to IIT Kanpur, and now even Plaksha universities. And I think that thing is changing, because deep tech, if you're talking about the startups, at the end of the day, the first research has to happen. It's only once you have that, what the fundamental research is there, that will translate into some kind of product. So I think that is changing. I work very closely with IIT Kanpur, and some of the startups there in the deep tech are really interesting. We are working with Plaksha also. We have this center of excellence. They have the concept of grand challenges, which we are where the deep research is going on to identify the right problems and solving that. So that, I think the university will have to be a big part of the research, the deep tech ecosystem.
Yeah, so just as a closing note, I'm part of the organizing committee of Startup Mahakumbh, and I've seen the immense effort selflessly which everybody has put in, because we believe that this decade belongs to India, right? Absolutely. And it's great that we are having these very difficult conversations and challenging each other, instead of, all of us coming and appreciating each other and not talking about the issues that matter. So thank you for all of you for taking the time out, and it has been a pleasure moderating this session.
Thank you, Chan.
Thank you, Chan.
To stay informed about the startup ecosystem, subscribe to MyStartupTV.
Day 3 Startup Mahakumbh at Bharat Mandapam. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move to having a lunch break now.
We're going to have a short break, but I would request everyone to please ensure that we are here by 1:30, as we will be starting our next session by 2 o'clock. And we are equally excited for the next session, as we are going to have the Honorable Minister of State, Independent Charge, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Shri Jayan Chaudhary ji with us, along with very famous Bollywood actress Sonam Kapoor, Ahuja. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so see you back sharp at 1:30 p.m. We are going to resume with our next session. So have your lunch, and we'll look forward to have you back in the ballroom. Thank you.
सभी लोग अपने लिए जोरदार तालियां दीजिए, please. Everyone, can you please give a big round of applause for yourself? Thank you so much for being here with us. Mehak, how have you been?
Very well, and I'm actually having a great time at day 3.
मैंने सुना है कि आप भी अपना स्टार्टअप अभी आपने 6 महीने पहले शुरू किया है. कैसा लगता है स्टार्टअप के बाद?
बहुत अच्छा लगता है, चैलेंजेस आते हैं और उसको बहुत सीखने को मिलता है.
Because you have been hosting events for the longest time, अब आपने अपना स्टार्टअप भी शुरू किया है.
Yes,
तो
absolutely.
आसान होता है फाउंडर बनना?
नहीं, आसान नहीं है. चैलेंजेस एज आई सेड कि बहुत सारे आते हैं, बट डेफिनेटली इट टेक्स टाइम टू पेस इट अप.
बिल्कुल. तो आज बहुत ही कमाल की जनता हमारे साथ बैठी है. We have a fantastic audience here with us, and we are all set to take this day forward.
Yes.
And have you heard of this term, futurepreneur? जो कि निकला है फ्यूचर एंटरप्रेन्योर से ही. Have you heard of this term?
Absolutely, I've heard, and in fact, I would like to tell about futurepreneurs. Well, ladies and gentlemen, they are the young generation and aspiring entrepreneurs focused on starting innovative business that will thrive in the future. Well, we all know that these individuals have forward-thinking mindset, looking for opportunities in emerging technologies, sustainability, and social innovation.
क्या बात है. तो मुझे तो लगा कि शायद आपने शायद मुझे लगता है कि चैट जीपीटी वाला फ्यूचरप्रेन्योर मुझे बताया, बट कोई बात नहीं. आई हैव अ बेटर पर्सन टू सेट द कॉन्टेक्स्ट फॉर इट एंड टेल अस व्हाट एक्चुअली फ्यूचरप्रेन्योर साउंड्स लाइक. लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आई वुड लाइक टू इनवाइट ऑन स्टेज प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ टाई बैंगलोर, बोर्ड ऑफ ट्रस्टीज टाई ग्लोबल, टू सेट द कॉन्टेक्स्ट. प्लीज वेलकम ऑन स्टेज मिस्टर मदन पद्दकी.
Namaskar everybody, good afternoon and welcome back after a hearty lunch, I suppose. It is wonderful to see the hall full of young budding entrepreneurs. So first of all, a huge round of applause to all the futurepreneurs here who have joined us from different corners of the country. We've had over about 70 plus colleges coming in from every nook and corner of the country to be with us, to participate in this Futurepreneurs Challenge, and more importantly to showcase soak in the wonderful energy that we have at the Startup Mahakumbh. So welcome once again. You know, for us, as I say, youth is 25% of our, or 30% of our population, but 100% of our future. And the future of India's progress, startups, and innovation rests on the young shoulders that are here. And boy, I must say, I'm not only saying that the future is bright, but it is dazzling because of the ideas and the innovative thinking and the can-do spirit that each of our futurepreneurs have brought to the table. In my interactions over the last few days with most of you, I must say the future is dazzling, and that gives us a lot of hope and belief that we are on the right path. Why do I say so? In fact, we did a short survey over the last few days amongst our futurepreneurs just to check what they feel about entrepreneurship, and I'll just read out a few points from that survey. You know, the first thing which warms my heart is, why do you want to become an entrepreneur? So 75% of them said to solve a problem I care deeply about, which I think is fantastic, right? What do you enjoy the most? 60% of them said building new things and solving complex problems, which is the first step for us to build a very successful venture. What drives you the most? 56.6% said creating impact. And I'll end with the last one. If you were to be given some money to start a venture, what would you do first? 56% said we will research and validate the idea, which was one of the objectives for us to think about the Futurepreneurs Challenge. So I think these responses themselves prove that we are on the right path, and today we are gathered here to listen to the pitches of the top 10. It's an elevator pitch, 90 seconds. And then, of course, we are really, really delighted and honored to have our Honorable Minister, Jayantji, to be with us today. So thank you so much for gracing this occasion, this very special occasion. It is all about youth. It's all about their skills and their entrepreneurial spirit. So we're delighted to have you with us as an exemplar of the power of youth of the country. Thank you for being with us. Without further ado, I must say that let's jump straight in. I just want to preface it with one thing that I've been saying repeatedly. To an extent, I do not like competitions because there are winners and there are losers. I believe that every one of you who've come here is a winner. You've taken the first step towards being an entrepreneur. This is just a competition. This is a process. There will be decisions that we will take just so that we can have a finite number. Otherwise, I would have loved to put all the teams on the stage. So I would want all of us to take that in that spirit and let's go build real ventures. This is just one of the steps in the process. With that, I would hand it back and let's jump straight in. I'm eagerly waiting to listen to all the pitches. Once again, let's give all of our futurepreneurs and all of us a huge round of applause as we begin this journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Madan, for setting the context. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Madan once again. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and have on stage Harneet Kaur for her address. Very warm welcome to you, Harneet. Over to you.
Hi everyone. Thank you for that incredibly warm welcome. Like they said, my name is Harneet Kaur. I head the WTF Fund. We are India's first non-dilutive grant for founders 25 and under. What does that mean? We give you free money to make sure that you build cool stuff. That's essentially it. So delighted to be here at the Futurepreneurs event. Looking at this room full of young dreamers and doers, I feel like honestly an older sister who's incredibly proud of what everyone here is doing. And we're a family here, a family full of nutcases, because a lot of us are nuts to be building. Entrepreneurship is putting aside all your self-defense mechanisms and saying, I want to follow a dream. But we are a family. I remember when I was in college, scribbling ideas in my notebook, unsure if anyone would take me seriously because of my age. If I could go back and talk to younger Harneet, I would say your ideas matter. You may be young, but you can absolutely solve big problems. Today I want to say that to each of you. You can solve big problems, and many of you already are. Running the WTF Fund, which supports young entrepreneurs, I've had the privilege of seeing firsthand what young innovators can do. And let me tell you, it blows my mind. We've met college students tackling challenges that even seasoned experts haven't cracked. The most incredible thing about young entrepreneurs is that they see a challenge and they see people behind them who haven't been able to solve it, and they say, "Kar lenge yaar, kuch to kar lenge." And that is incredible because young talent is not cynical, they are not scared, they are not afraid of failure. What is incredible to me is that 30% of WTF Fund's portfolio is deep tech, meaning not just apps or websites, but cutting-edge science and technology ventures. Nearly a third of young founders we back are diving into things like biotechnology, robotics, AI, and space tech. They're audacious, willing to take on complex fields. They're courageous, not intimidated by the fact that they're only 19 and 20. They're resilient, bouncing back from failures. I've learned so much from them. I've learned that age is not a barrier to innovation. If anything, it can be a strength. You all bring fresh perspectives and a fearless attitude. As an example, one of our entrepreneurs created a plant-based, non-steroidal pain relief solution that earned an FDA approval. She achieved this in her early 20s by refusing to be daunted by how impossible it sounded. Young people are solving problems in health, energy, agriculture, space, you name it. No problem is too big when you have the boldness of youth and the right support. And these young change makers are everywhere. We've received applications from 50 different cities in our latest cohort, from major metros to small towns and remote districts. That means that innovation is not confined to Silicon Valley or Bangalore. It's in Lucknow, Imphal, Coimbatore, and probably your hometown. Talent and great ideas know no zip code. Every time I travel and meet student entrepreneurs, I'm amazed because talent is truly indefatigable in the face of geographical constraints. If there's one thing I've learned from working with these young founders, it's that mindset matters as much as skill set. The best young entrepreneurs display 3 traits over and over again: audacity, courage, and resilience. Audacity is the willingness to dream big and challenge the status quo. It's the spark that makes you say, why can't we fix this? Why can't I fix this? One of our founders asked why rural schools have no science labs and then built a low-cost lab in a box. The kind of bold thinking is audacity. Don't lose it. Protect your big crazy ideas because they are the ones that will change the world. The second is courage. It's the guts to act on audacious ideas. It takes real bravery to step off the beaten path. Many of your friends might choose to might be choosing safer options, getting placements, and you're trying to start a company. You might face people, even relatives and teachers, who are going to say, you're too young or this will never work. But you're here, choosing to try anyway. That's courage. Third is resilience. And perhaps this is the most important of them all. This is the ability to get back up after a setback. And there will be setback, that much I promise you. Every entrepreneur, young or old, faces failures. A prototype will fail, a deal will fall through, an investor will say no. But I've seen you young folks handle this failure with such grace and tenacity. One team in our cohort built a device that completely failed in its first pilot test. It just did not work. They were devastated, naturally. But after a brief pity party, they dissected what went wrong, sought advice, and improved the design. A few months later, their device worked and even won an innovation award. That's resilience. That's treating failure as feedback, not the end. It's saying, all right, that didn't work. So what can we try next? Here's my advice. Cultivate these traits. Nurture your audacity by keeping your imagination alive. Strengthen your courage by remembering why you started. Hold that vision of the impact you want to make. And build resilience like a muscle. Every challenge you overcome makes you stronger for the next. Now, this is some very practical advice for young founders, stuff that we've learned over the last 1 year of building out the WTF fund. Number 1, embrace curiosity and continuous learning. You don't know everything. Even we don't know everything. That's perfectly okay. If your idea requires learning how to code, understanding genetics, or mastering video editing, dive in and learn it. Never say, आता नहीं है तो नहीं करेंगे. There's no point in that. किसी को सब कुछ नहीं आता, कहीं तो शुरू करना होता है आपको. Second, don't fear failure. Prototype and iterate. The earlier you start doing, the quicker you fail, the faster you'll learn. Test your ideas in the real world. If it fails, congratulations, because you just learned something valuable. Treat each version as an experiment. Third, build a tribe and seek mentors. Entrepreneurship can be a very lonely road. I'm sure a lot of you who are building here feel that every single day. The good news is it doesn't have to be. Find co-founders. You can share your passion or your friends who believe in you. Seek out mentors and don't be shy to reach out. And finally, take care of yourself. This one is so important. In the race to build the next big thing, don't run yourself into the ground. Burnout is real and you won't help anyone if you're exhausted or depressed. So please, eat well, sleep enough, take breaks, enjoy time with friends and family. Your startup needs a healthy you. Let me close this by saying that we need a call to action. For every young person here, I said at the start that I'm here as an older sister who believes in you, and I truly deeply do. I believe that you're going to shape the future literally, so I urge you, please embrace the challenges, don't shy away from big problems, and don't feel too small if the world feels too big. Our future depends on the bold ideas and caring hearts of your generation. Whether it's climate change, inequality, education, or something your local community needs fixing, we need you to step in and tackle it. Be the ones who will say, yes, I will solve it. The world needs your optimism and your fresh perspective. It needs the solution that only you, with your unique experiences, youth, and creativity, can invent. In the spirit of the Startup Mahakumbh, let's make a collective pledge today. Young innovators, I hope you can promise that you will keep pushing boundaries and chasing those big dreams. Supporters of the young innovators, the ecosystem, your parents, your teachers, your family, promise that you will lift up these young innovators now and then with every chance you get. If we do that, I have no doubt that the future of India and indeed the world is incredibly bright. Thank you so much for listening. Now go out there and build the future. It is yours to build and we can't wait to see what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you so much for your valuable insights and motivating all the futurepreneurs in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, up this on stage, we are going to see something that probably we have not seen something before at a public platform like this. We all welcome you here at Startup Mahakumbh 2025, and today what we are going is, of course, is a lot of hard work that has gone through by TiE Bangalore, going through almost 100 colleges. Almost 50 colleges are almost here at this Startup Mahakumbh 2025, and out of which 10 are shortlisted for the 90-second elevated pitch what they are going to deliver on this very stage. Can you please give a big hand for this one, everyone, for TiE Bangalore? I think fantastic job done by TiE Bangalore. And I would like to call all the colleges. Students, are we ready? Perfect. So I'm going to call you in the alphabetical order. Aditya College of Engineering. Can we please have you on stage? Big hand for Aditya College of Engineering.
A very good afternoon to the respected officials and my dear fellow audience who are present over here this afternoon. Well, I am Namtullah Khan from Aditya College of Engineering and Technology, presenting from Andhra Pradesh. And let's get started into our idea. My idea is basically focused on organ transplantation and donation. In India, every year 5 lakh people die due to waiting for organ transplants, and the organ donation rate is just 0.01% due to the severe flaws in the current systems, that is Noto and Jeevan Dan, like manual processes, long delays, and which is leading to organ wastage of 30%. And also brain death certification is taking 24 hours of time, and organ matching is taking 44 hours of time. And also with respect to this, illegal transplantations and also fraud, many fraudulent systems are going on in the manual process that are following by the current system that are there right now. And here comes our solution, that is Second Chance, an AI-based platform that cuts through this delay and assists the doctors with proper AI-based brain death certification process and speeding of the organ donation process with the ML-based recipient ranking system. And also with the highest blockchain security, we will ensure that the organ donation and allocation will be done in a secured pattern through our platform. And also with this, we will cut off the current manual process time from 72 hours to just 20 to 30 hours with the entire AI-based platform that we will be building. And we are not just building a project, it's an innovation that can save many people's life. Thank you.
All right. We're so proud of the young pros. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, let's have Vaibhav from Ashoka University.
Welcome everyone. I'm thrilled to present Kuba Protocol, our transformative approach to trade finance. Hari, a textile manufacturer from Ajmer, secured an order for 1 lakh shirts, but lacked funds for raw materials. Delays, rejections, and high interest rates made him lose the order, leaving him anxious and hopeless. His story reflects the struggles of countless MSMEs in India, and also that of my father. Did you know only 60 16% of MSMEs have access to formal credit, out of which the top 4% have 75% of available credit, leaving a huge unmet credit demand of $300 billion. Imagine a Bharat where every small and medium enterprise, the very backbone of our economy, had easy access to quick and affordable financing. That's where Kubar comes in. We are a technology service provider transforming MSME lending with data-driven, holistic credit underwriting and automation across processing, recollection and monitoring. Our AI-powered models cut fund disbursement time from a week to a mere 2 hours, ensuring MSMEs get access to capital when they need it the most. Additionally, Kubar provides NBFCs with access to a pre-validated MSME customer base sourced from high-density areas like marketplaces and ERP systems, where these NBFCs can now deploy scalable and automated lending products customized with sector-specific insights. With Kubar, we can empower millions of MSMEs by securing their loans within a day, allowing them to increase their profits by up to 40%. Kubar is not just about financing. It's about empowering people like Hari to thrive and build a better and more prosperous Bharat.
Thank you so much, Vaibhav. Up next, I would like to call Neha from Chitkara University.
Good afternoon everyone. Today I am here to present Stick Buddy. So ये जो stick है ये visually impaired and जो blind people होते हैं उनके लिए है और जिनका low vision होता है उनके लिए भी. जो ये stick का मुझे idea आया था वो मैंने एक blind school visit किया था, उसकी वजह से मुझे idea आया और जो हमारे elderly लोग हैं उनके लिए मुझे लगा कि ये ज़रूरत है. तो I will just show you the demo. जब भी हम इस stick को on करेंगे ये सबसे पहले user को greet करेगी और date बताएगी.
Hi buddy, good day. How are you? Come, let's go for a walk. I'm there with you. Today's date is 05042025.
उसके बाद जो ये चीज़ है उसमें है कि अगर हम इस बटन को एक बार प्रेस करेंगे तो ये हमें टाइम बताएगी अभी क्या करंट टाइम हो रहा है.
02:16 PM.
उसके बाद अगर हम इसी बटन को लॉन्ग प्रेस करके रखेंगे तो ये जो अगर हमारी सराउंडिंग है उनसे हेल्प के लिए आस्क करेगी.
Hi, please help me. Hi, please help me.
उसके बाद इसमें फीचर है कि ये ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन सेंस करती है ऑन द बेस ऑफ डिस्टेंस एंड इसमें एक वाटर सेंसर है लेकिन वो मैं यहाँ पे डेमो शो नहीं कर सकती. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, Neha. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together.
Well, I would now like to call Vignesh from Global Academy of Technology.
Good afternoon, everyone. Due to insufficient resources and limited access to pioneering technology, we realize that farmers throughout our nation are unable to get access to the most optimum yield in their farms. Only 6% of farmers have reliable agricultural information, which leads to a 30 to 45% yield gap. Imagine being a farmer getting a mere small percentage of your full potential yield. We at Krishi Bhumi AI solve this problem with a triple AI model solution integrated with drone and rover technology. Our drone and rover technology has unique parameters which are combined to provide disease detection, crop recommendation, along with pesticide and manure optimization. Our service will be provided through collaboration with local agricultural dealers, creating awareness through various programs such as Krishi Manthan and tying up with FPOs. We will send our specialized teams on the platform to the farms of the agriculturists and help them generate the most exponential growth and yield, through which we can create a better nation for all our farmers and ourselves. क्योंकि कृषि की उन्नति है देश की उन्नति. Thank you.
Next futurepreneur, Prashant from Government Polytechnic, Deoria.
Good afternoon everyone. एग्रीकल्चर में टेक्नोलॉजी स्पेसिफिकली ड्रोन एंड एआई की डिमांड ग्रेट रेवोल्यूशन ला रही है, जिसका यूज हमारी टीम उत्तर प्रदेश के जिला देवरिया से सितंबर 24 से कर रही है. एग्रीकल्चर में 3 मेजर चैलेंजेस जिसे हमने आइडेंटिफाई किया है. नंबर 1, टाइम बाउंड पेस्टिसाइड्स का छिड़काव ना हो पाना, जिसका मुख्य कारण मैनुअल लेबर की कमी. नंबर 2, पेस्टिसाइड का प्रिसाइजली यूज ना हो पाना. पाना है, जिससे किसान की कॉस्टिंग बढ़ जाती है। नंबर 3, लोकल लेवल पर ड्रोन पायलट, ड्रोन टेक्नीशियन और ड्रोन मेंटेनेंस की कमी। अब बात करते हैं हमारे सॉल्यूशन की। हमारे द्वारा तैयार ड्रोन जिसकी फ्लाइट टाइम अप्रॉक्स 15 मिनट एंड पेलोड कैपेसिटी 10 to 12 kg है, सिंगल फ्लाइट में 2 एकड़ तक छिड़काव कर सकता है, जिससे हर दिन एक ड्रोन पायलट एक ड्रोन से 10 से 15 फ्लाइट लेकर 20 से 30 एकड़ तक छिड़काव कर रहा है, जो ट्रेडिशनली स्प्रेइंग से काफी ज्यादा प्रभावित है। हमारी टीम द्वारा डेवलप्ड ड्रेन्ड एआई ड्रोन क्रॉप हेल्थ की मॉनिटरिंग कर पेस्टिसाइड के छिड़काव की मात्रा डिसाइड करता है, जिससे हम 40% तक पेस्टिसाइड को बचा रहे हैं, जिससे सॉइल फर्टिलिटी अच्छी बनी रहती है और स्प्रेइंग कॉस्ट 25% तक रिड्यूस हो जाती है, जिसका डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट हमारे मेन कस्टमर फार्मर तक जा रहा है। एज अ टेक्निकल इनिशिएटिव हम हर गांव में एक युवा को ड्रोन पायलट की ट्रेनिंग के साथ टेक्निकली स्किल्ड करेंगे, जिससे ड्रोन की मेंटेनेंस की समस्या को ऑन डिमांड सॉल्व किया जा सकता है। अब मैं अपने कंक्लूजन पे आता हूं। अभी हमने एक ड्रोन के साथ शुरुआत किया है, अगले 1 साल में हम 5 ड्रोन और 4 बैटरी के साथ शुरुआत करेंगे। एक ड्रोन की कॉस्ट 3.5 लाख रुपए, जिसे हम 4 से 6 सीजन में रिकवर कर लेंगे। उसके बाद हमारा बिजनेस पूरी तरह प्रॉफिटेबल होगा। थैंक यू सो मच।
All right, up next, I would like to invite Tanishq on stage from ISBR Business School. Please give him a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Tanishq, and let me introduce to you Rudraksh, an educational aggregator platform which will bridge the gaps between NGOs, corporates, student of migrant labor, provide the opportunity to the students so that they can have a volunteership or internship with the NGOs. Student who wants to study, the kids of migrant labor, can have a society where they can engrave their studies and work for their beautiful futures. CSR can work on their impact reports, and government grants can help us to fund this. This will be a Section 8 registered NGO firm. So we are not here for the funds, we are here for the cause that we are working on. Education is the area that India was to work a lot, because entrepreneurs can't be made without education. So that's all what I would like to say. Thank you. Have a great day all.
Thank you so much, Tanishq, for making the best use of the 90 seconds. And now let's call our next student, and he is Madhavan from Raja Lakshmi Engineering College.
Good afternoon, everyone. Do you know how many children in India lose their life due to lack of immunization at right time? It's about 50,000 per year. What is the reason behind it? Mothers lack the awareness of timely administration of vaccines to their children. So, myself, Madhavan, and my team, Jeevitam, aims to solve this issue. Jeevitam is a SaaS product, connects the healthcare partners and mothers. We provide timely notification of vaccines and maintain a digital record of the child at hospitals. We provide a marketplace at our app where people can sell the childcare products with commissions. We are currently working with 100 mothers and 2 hospitals, and we are in the full phase of expanding our business. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Up next, we have Pramath from RV Institute of Management. Big hand, everyone, for all the students. We need more energy in the room. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We, Team OZ, is here to tackle a critical problem in the medicine sector. Did you know 1 in 5 people face prescription error problems due to inexperience of employees in small retail medical stores? In India, 31% of population, over 43 crore people, cannot afford costly medicines. Despite of affordability of generic drugs, awareness remains low. Only 33% of people know about generic medicine. In that also, only 13% people trust and use generics. The problem doesn't stop here. Only more than 60% of small retail shop owners lack knowledge about analytical technology to handle inventory management, leading to inefficiency and opportunities lost to gain more. So, OZ is here to solve the problem. Know before you go. Users can search medicines via voice, AI-powered prescription scans, reduce errors and supporting regional languages. The app instantly shows nearest Janaushadhi Kendra with availability, price and distance, along with the nearby pharmacies for easy comparison. Our alternative tab uses AI to suggest equivalent brands with the same composition for better choice. Once the store is selected, the guide medicine description for the proper usage medicine complete with 360 view for the medicine. Our go-to-market strategy begins with a pilot launch in urban rural areas where affordability and access matters the most. By partnering with local pharmacies, we will boost adoption through doctor referrals, regional languages and promotions. Our revenue model projects break even by the end of 2 years, and we are seeking an investment of 6 crores to build and scale our platform. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want big round of applause for all the students. I think this is not easy, trust me. I was not this confident when I was at that age. Well, with this, now I would like to call Abhishek Maurya from Tula's Institute.
Good evening. What if I told you that your body is talking but no one is listening? We wait for symptoms, book an appointment, stand in long queues, but then it's too late. Smartwatches, fancy toys, hospitals overcrowded, rural areas no access, emergencies don't wait. Why should healthcare? Meet Pragati, the AI nerds that turns a handshake into health check. One grip and Pragati scans your vitals, BP, ECG, SpO2, stress, temperature and mental health in seconds. No wires, no hassle. Just instant AI-powered health insights. Feeling unwell? Pragati connects you to doctor instantly. Critical vitals, emergency alerts go out automatically. No delays, no deaths, just real-time healthcare. This isn't just a theory. Pragati has already saved a life. At Delhi Public School Haridwar, a 7th grade student casually gripped Pragati after games period. In seconds, the system flagged him in red zone. His BPM showed an anomaly. An emergency alert and auto-generated report reached to the doctor instantly. The result, doctor discovered a small hole in his heart. Early detection saved his life. He is now treated. That's one life saved, millions more to go. We have tested Pragati with top hospitals, Civil Hospital Roorkee, Max Hospital Dehradun, and has been validated by Uttarakhand Medical Council. With 50 lakhs funding, we are ready to take Pragati nationwide, from cities to the most remote villages. This is not a dream, it's the future of healthcare, and the future is now. Your body is sending signals, Pragati listens, the question is, will you? Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give it up for him. And now it's time to call the last student on stage. So let's call Samira from Vignan Pharmacy College. Let's have her on stage with a huge round of applause.
Very good afternoon to everyone, dignitaries and futurepreneurs present here. We the team of Vignan Pharmacy College, Guntur from the state of Andhra Pradesh. So we came up with the two core problems of our nation. One is the menstrual cramps and another is the rural women and student girls are suffering with many health related issues due to the delayed diagnosis and also limited health access for some areas. So for this we came up with a great solution, that is MagnaCare Smart Menstrual Care with mineral evolution for pain-free menstruation and also integrated health diagnosis. So it contains two stages. One is developed process. We have already developed, that is nothing but Magna pads which are used for pain-free menstruation. And second is the in-process development, which contains detachable strip inside of our Magna pad, which is used for detection of anemia, diabetes and also PCOS conditions in before, by using the waste blood. So in this we have done an MagnaCare application which is used for detection of these all conditions through an analytical device. So we can see all the women through their waste blood we can get the diagnosis and also pain-free menstruation in single product. So we want to see after the 3 to 4 years, we want to see every woman population of our nation with pain-free menstruation and also health and well-being with a great success, right? And next, coming to that, we have
Samir, I'm sorry, but we have to cut you for the 90 seconds.
prototype for our first product, and think pharmacy, think health. Thank you from Team Vignan.
I loved your way. Thank you. One of India's biggest venture capitalists who was there yesterday for a session, he said it that probably I would take your 30 seconds. मैं शायद अगर आपको मेरी attention लेनी है तो आपके पास सिर्फ और सिर्फ 30 seconds है. And I think that's what the competitive spirit is all about. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are all set to welcome our guest of honor. मैं चाहूंगा आप जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करें इस मंच पर श्री जयंत चौधरी जी का, मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट, इंडिपेंडेंट चार्ज, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, और उनके साथ हमारे मदन पद्दकी जी, प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ टाई बैंगलोर. जयंत जी के लिए जोरदार ताली से स्वागत करें. एवरीवन, लेट्स गिव अ वार्म वेलकम टू जयंत जी. जयंत जी, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. अ वेरी वार्म वेलकम टू यू सर. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका सर. स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ 2025 एंड वी आर रियली लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू हियर फ्रॉम यू. मदन जी, ओवर टू यू.
Thank you so much, and Jayanji, warm welcome again, and thank you for sitting in and listening to the pitches, the 90-second pitches by our young entrepreneurs. I think it's truly an honor for them to have you listen into these pitches. So as the Minister for Skills Development and Entrepreneurship, you would have interacted with a whole lot of entrepreneurs, youth. From where you sit, what is your perspective of the skills and entrepreneurial thinking in our young people? Some thoughts of yours and reflections.
Well, I think we saw brilliant examples. I think country is going in the right direction. There is a lot of churn in Indian society, and both of us were sitting commenting. A lot of the people who came up, the young boys and girls, they're from rural India, from tier 2, tier 3 towns, and they have a problem-solving approach. Inherently, all of their products or businesses are catering to challenges which are societal challenges for India as we are a growing nation. I think they should all be proud of it. I was an MP where I was one MP of the party. So I used to get 2 to 3 minutes to speak in parliament. मतलब मैं खड़े होके जब तक भूमिका बनाता था तो घंटी बजनी शुरू हो जाती थी. But they actually explained their whole business, did the whole pitch in only 90 seconds. So you don't really need that much time to tell your story. And so they should all be proud of their achievement. You're very right. Entrepreneurial thinking is a mindset as well. It is also a skill. And how you approach it comes down to what you think. Are leaders born or are they made? I was born in a political family, it's no secret. But I do believe that leaders are forged through fire, perseverance. They have to be adaptable, resilient. They have to learn how to lose. Your first idea is not going to, make you Bill Gates. So you have to be really a risk taker. If you're risk averse, go get a job. If you really want to take risks, you need your own venture.
Absolutely.
And provide jobs. Absolutely. So it's a mindset. It has to be seeded young. I think now we're moving towards that with NEP, which is National Education Policy 2020. It gives us the mandate कि वो घोड़े के वो लगा के नहीं आपको चलना है, rigidity नहीं build करना है. Your academia should not be divorced from industry, from research. So NEP actually gives us that space, whether it's in our universities or even our school curriculum. Now our books are being revised. So it's a multidisciplinary approach. Entrepreneurial thinking पे अलग चैप्टर लिखने का फायदा नहीं है, वो हर चीज में आपको बिल्ड करना है. तो we're building the curriculum to address that issue. In the skills domain as well, something called employability. What is the measure of employability? We have big corporates who keep commenting that even the top products coming out of the best educational institutions, we have to hire them and train them. Their technical proficiency might be right. They're good with their technique, with the application of what they've learned, their degree. But how do you work in an organization? the key skills, your life skills, how you behave, how you do team working, how you delegate, how you take on responsibility, the morality of working with others. All of those things can be called being employable. So what is that measure of employability? Whether it's in schools, whether it's in a polytechnic, whether it's in an ITI, whether it's a beneficiary of PMKVY scheme, Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, we have to now start measuring that.
Exactly.
So we are building our systems to target that. And now, employability, 30 hour, 60 hour, 90 hour, 120 hour. 4 national occupational standards have been built by the regulator, which is the National Council for Vocational Education and Training. And every beneficiary of our skilling programs, whether it's short term, whether it's a 1-year or 2-year diploma program through ITIs or polytechnics, it is mandatory that employability curriculum will be taught to each and every one of them.
Absolutely.
So, but there's only so much that government policy can address. Through the chaotic growth patterns of India, a new India is emerging.
Fantastic. Thank you, Zah. I think you made some very critical points. In fact, I was just reminded as you were speaking when our Honorable Prime Minister inaugurated the Stand-Up India, Startup India, almost 10 years ago. His vision was we need a nation of job creators and not just job seekers. And we can see that in abundant evidence over the last 10 years where the mindset is changing, fueled by the growth itself that we've seen in the startup world here. The other point that you made, Janji, is about educational systems now being flexible to incorporate entrepreneurial skills, right? So just to dig a little deeper, what's your views on how should, we have a lot of educationists here from across the country as well. Your thoughts on how should we really start embedding entrepreneurial thinking, not just at the college level, but at the school level as well? Because that is a critical 21st century skill.
Learning by doing, experiential kind of learning methods, the pedagogy has to address this gap. There is a gap. Textbook, rote learning, while it has a role, our traditional education system has built a certain value and an ethic which is recognized and respected globally, which is why Indians, whether they're in Norway or US or Germany or Denmark or Australia or Japan, wherever they are working as professionals or as entrepreneurs, they've elevated the game, right? But at the same time, NEP does recognize that we have to make a shift, right? So therefore, we need to create leaders for tomorrow. So I think the key of the game is experiential learning. In our schools, we've given guidelines for bagless days. We've allowed people from outside the school system to come and engage with students, become mentors. And here I would invite, the 10 entrepreneurs we heard, and there's so many others. This location here today is teeming with masses and masses of creative and innovative people. I'd invite all of you to engage with your alma maters, your alumni of a certain institution, go back to that institution, give back in your own way, engage with the students in 8th class, 9th class, 10th class. Children that young today are so capable.
Exactly.
And on the technology and future skills aspect, what we're trying to do, because a lot of these products and services that we heard people pitch about today were basically technology solutions. And what technology today enables a country like India to do is to leapfrog. Where we have old legacy systems and we don't have the capital or the appetite to rebuild or build anew, immediately using technology we can provide public services at the doorsteps of the beneficiaries. So it's accountable, it's trackable, it's deliverable. So for technology, I think the key thing is in education, we need to really integrate the teaching methods. We need to have people who are aware. Our students should be very comfortable using technology. And here again, we're building out a new program which will be tremendous impact at scale when we're able to implement it. And we're calling it SOAR, which is skilling for AI readiness.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So AI has become the buzzword, I think, a lot of the students here were talking about AI.
Yeah.
What we want to tell the world is, even our students in 6th class, in 8th class, in 10th class, they understand the concept of AI, they understand what AI ethics means, and they understand how to apply it. and tomorrow they can build on it. So we want to tell the world that our 25 crore students in our schools are AI ready.
Wonderful.
We want to be the first country to make that claim.
Wonderful.
So we're going to start that in small batches in a pilot through some of our schools and some chosen institutions. We're going to create the course curriculum and the content. It'll be purely online, and we'll encourage students to go through that process, go through the threshold, and tell the world that they're ready.
Fantastic. No, I think that's absolutely I was just reading that about 200 to 300 years ago, mathematics was considered as an esoteric art, right? Until it got democratized. Similarly, I think the AI democratization that you're talking about as an essential building block skill is so critical for the future of our nation. Completely with you on that, sir. In fact, you also alluded to employability skills. In fact, I break down the entrepreneurial thinking into 5 C's, right? One is confidence. You saw the confidence with which each of our young persons came and pitched. Communication.
And they were asking for 6 crores and 40 lakhs without blinking an eyelid.
Exactly. And as you were saying, I can't imagine myself being at that age and coming and standing in front of this.
जब I was their age, तो बॉलीवुड की फिल्म में भी फिरौती मांगी जाती थी 5 लाख रुपए. हाँ, किडनैपिंग हो गई है, 5 लाख रुपए दोगे वरना.
Now we've added a couple more zeros to that. Right? So you saw the communication with the skills, and there was also, of course, critical thinking. We also saw massive compassion emerging, because most of the ideas they were pitching to solve problems of others. And lastly, we were also witness to collaboration. In fact, while we saw only one person coming in on the stage, we had said you have to work as a team of 10 people, and we have 10 students from each of the colleges who come. So to your point, Janji, what do you think your perspective on what are the most critical skills that our young persons must acquire to be employable, to be entrepreneurs, or whatever?
I think that's a great question. Curiosity for one, to be able to listen. And you look at the people, the leaders, and the people you admire in your own families. If you look at them growing up, and it's a very young audience, the people you really love in your own families, could be an uncle, could be your mother, could be an aunt, could be a grandmother. Typically, they're the ones who sit down with you and listen to you. So that is the most key management tool. And I've seen leaders who are at the very top. They're very good at listening and imbibing, because essentially when you're listening to someone, you're giving them respect. If you don't give them that basic courtesy and respect, you will start building angst. You'll start building tension in that relationship. So that's the number one skill. And curiosity. It has to be built through curiosity. And what curiosity means is that you're going to continuously learn and keep evolving as a human being. And you be adaptive. Beautiful. Whatever threats come in, and today, the world is changing at unforeseen rapid pace. Pehle we were a planned economy, 5-year plans. Now you can't estimate what the requirement will be in 5 years. Exactly. Especially with AI. And this is anyone who's a technology person, expert, I speak to them and I ask them, tum batao. Engineers की जरूरत है, coders की जरूरत है, या philosophy students की जरूरत पड़ेगी? Do you need someone who understands the market and can just think and create a product without the technical core skills, or do you need more engineers and more coders? Tell us so we can design our education systems accordingly. And to that person, when I'm asked them that question, every one of them is flustered and floundered because no one has an answer.
Correct.
So what direction will society take? We don't know. So there's so many new things that are going to come in your lives. So curiosity, ability to listen, and be adaptive.
Wonderful. That learning to learn, especially in the age of AI, it's scary at the times that you can see in the morning what you thought was the holy truth is not the truth anymore by the end of the day. Let me shift gears to the startup world a bit, Janji, and I will put you in a spot to say that if you were to be, you're of course, it's only appropriate that we have a young minister in charge of skills development and entrepreneurship of the country. I think that's very hard.
Relatively young.
Relatively younger. So if you were to roll the clock back a couple of decades, and let's say you were to do a startup today, what would you do and why? What would your idea be? Or what sector?
Ice cream delivery? No. No, I won't venture into more controversy. Well, it's a very good question you've asked me. I'll have to think about it. Do I get 90 seconds?
You. Then you have to deliver a pitch as well.
I think I would be doing what these children are doing.
Right.
Solving a problem. For me, what really appealed to me were the solutions on agriculture.
Right.
And I see that when you were discussing this, that your one mobile, your one device
will become.
It could be in your hand. It could be in your glasses. Could be one device you're carrying with you, which will encompass you 360 degrees. And it'll have sensors. So if you want to have a breathalyzer, you want to test your blood, you want to test your pulse, you want to give you health impacts, you want to be connected to social media, you want to talk to someone, you want to video call someone, whatever. That should be enabled through that one device. And what that will do in agriculture is, for instance, a farmer can then be more technical.
Correct.
The biggest problem and the resistance we face with the farming community is that this is an age-old practice, generation to generation. अब लड़के ने MBA कर लिया है, बट नौकरी नहीं मिली, BA कर लिया, नौकरी नहीं मिली, वो खेती कर रहा है, और वो खेती उसी हिसाब से कर रहा है जो उसने देखा है.
Exactly.
अब आप एग्री साइंस के बेस्ट कॉन्सेप्ट को बना लीजिए, लैब में विकसित कर लीजिए, उस तक पहुंचाने में और उसको अडॉप्ट कराने में बहुत रेजिस्टेंस होता है. क्योंकि द फार्मर सेज के इसका निवेश कौन करेगा? मेरे पास संसाधन नहीं है, मेरे पास पूंजी नहीं है, मैं 3 बीघे 2 एकड़ की मैं खेती है, जमीन है, मैं क्या कर लूंगा, कितना कमा लूंगा? So risk taking capacity is very low. So the biggest challenge in agriculture is getting the farming community to adapt to the latest technology and the techniques. And this is where some device like this, where a farmer can do analysis of his soil, and he can look at the climate, and what the reports are telling him, when should the sowing be done, when should the inputs be put in. And also for dairy, a lot of the times our efficiency and yields are affected because, in dairy especially, you see cows are roaming free.
Yeah.
So what is the right time? When are they in heat? When are you supposed to, fertilize that? That is a very scientific, technical thing. So all of those solutions can be at the click of a button, in your palm, made very, very easy without having any extra expenditure. So I feel for me, applicability in rural areas, and I know Madanji, you're also passionate about what you call urban, right?
Urbanomics, yeah.
So the animalistic spirits of the Indian economy are today not in Delhi and Bangalore and Mumbai. Don't mind if someone from those cities. If they're in Meerut and Kanpur and Ranchi and all other cities, smaller towns and villages of our country.
Absolutely, and we totally resonate with this call. We call it as sometimes as mass entrepreneurship. That you need an upsurge of entrepreneurs to come from every nook and corner of the country. And as you rightfully called, solving agriculture problems, you don't have to relocate to any other city. There's enough and more of problems to be solved in every region of the country. I know we are between, people are waiting with bated breath for the awards.
Am I supposed to
announcement? So we'll move to the award, but I just want to leave you with, leave the audience with one last thought from you. We have again a lot of our youngsters here who are come from across the world and across the country and watching us. Any final thoughts that you want to share as advice, or the way that they can engage with the government to solve several of the issues that we face?
Yeah, I think there's so many schemes, and I've said this before, and if I repeat it, I'll probably get into trouble. Let me tell you, because I'm on the inside now. I've been in opposition, now I'm in government. The intentions of government are always very good. Your leaders are thinking about the nation, their heart is ticking, it's in the right place, it's ticking for you. How we can enable you and empower you and strengthen our country and make it a developed country in a reasonable time frame. That is the plan. But the problem is in the delivery. It's in the bottom line, it's in the fine print. A lot of times there's a thought, but to translate that thought into actual implementable policy, there are various steps you need to take. And every lever in that process, it is almost, the schemes are designed in a way sometimes, unintentionally so, that the beneficiary doesn't even know that this scheme is made for them. So it's so obtuse. मतलब मुझे भी सरकारी योजनाओं को समझने के लिए मुझे लगता है मेरी PhD हो जाएगी. जो मैं मंत्री बनाऊं कुछ ही समय पे मुझे इतना सीखने को मिला है. There is no space where government doesn't already have a scheme.
Yeah.
The question is, as empowered, active citizens, we need an active civil society.
Yes.
We need to have a movement in the country where we must encourage our young people to engage with political processes, systems, with governments at various levels.
Wonderful.
And they need to understand it. तो startup space में अभी schemes हैं.
Exactly.
Fund of funds है. Venture funding है, seed funding है. आपके scaling के लिए initiatives हैं. हमारे निस्बत है, IIE है. Both these organizations are also here participating. You just need to engage and understand and come forward.
Wonderfully said. On that terrific note, Janji, I think on behalf of all of us here, we are committed to engaging. We are committing to being that change makers and change leaders at the ground level. And I'm sure with the energies of everyone in this room, we can truly not just dream but make our dreams of Viksit Bharat become very real much faster. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a huge round of applause to Jayanji for sharing your thoughts in such a free-flowing, candid fashion. And I'm sure this is the first of many engagements that we will have with this.
Thank you, Madanji. Thanks for the platform. And I'm really excited to be here.
Thank you, sir.
JNG, it's a pleasure hearing you. और आप जैसे विजनरी लीडर हैं हमारे इंडिया में, तभी हमें लगता है कि हम अपने स्किल सेट का सही इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. So thank you so much for being a part of this grand event. But मैं of course आपका यहाँ पे हमें आपका काफी समय चाहिए because a lot of students needs to be appreciated on this very stage. And Madanji, thank you so much for conducting this session so well for us. Can we please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? JNG and Madanji के लिए जोरदार तालियां. And सबसे पहला मेरा काम
Well, ladies and gentlemen, इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाना है, लेकिन उससे पहले एक छोटी सी दरख्वास्त है. जितने भी लोग यहाँ खड़े हैं on the right hand side.
Correct. मुझे थोड़ा सा शायद यहाँ तक आना पड़े because we have the right console over there. So we want a clear passage. We want a clear passage. आप यहाँ तो एकदम left side पे जा सकते हैं या एकदम at the back. और जितने लोग please बीच में भी खड़े हैं. So actually we have most of the journalists there as well on the video recordings. We want you to please take your seat. मैं चाहूँगा आप बस बैठ जाएं. हाँ आराम से सर, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. मैं आपके लिए काम कर रहा हूँ सर. गुस्सा नहीं सर, गुस्सा नहीं. सबको बिठा दिया सर. हाँ तो कोई भी प्लीज बीच में ना खड़ा हो. ये मेरी एक रिक्वेस्ट है, दरख्वास्त है. Nobody standing there in the middle from the right and from the left. I'm sorry but we have to manage this because there's a protocol that we are managing here. People extreme right जो मेरे साथ यहाँ पे खड़े हैं, we request you, we are humble request to you, आप यहाँ तो एकदम if you can go towards the back or come towards the extreme left. Thank you. Inviting the colleges in ascending order who made it to the top 10. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for RV Institute of Management. Applause for RV Institute of Management, everyone. The next one is ISBC Business School. Aditya College of Engineering. Global Academy of Technology. Big hand for Global Academy of Technology. So that was Global Academy of Technology. Moving on to the Popular Choice Awards. Well, this award goes to the one for whom the entire audience voted. And this one goes to Ashoka University.
Many congratulations, Ashoka University. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Ashoka University.
And this one is for Government Polytechnic, Deoria.
Heartiest congratulations, Government Polytechnic, Deoria. Let's give a big hand for Government Polytechnic, Deoria. And that's a government college in UP, just to elaborate. Ladies and gentlemen, taaliyan honi chahiye everyone for Government Polytechnic, Deoria, UP.
The next jury award, this is for Raja Lakshmi Engineering College. Big hand for Raja Lakshmi Engineering College. And after this, I'm going to announce the top 3 teams.
Let's have Raja Lakshmi Engineering College on stage to receive their award. Many congratulations.
So are we ready for the top 3 teams? Institutes, are we excited? Are we ready? All right. So that is Raja Lakshmi Engineering College. That's the jury award. And now we are going to announce the top 3 teams. And the 3rd position goes to Vignan Pharmacy College.
Many congratulations, Vignan Pharmacy College. Let's give it up, everyone. They're the top 3 awardees.
Time to announce the 2nd position. The 2nd position goes to Tula's Institute.
Let's give it up for Tula's Institute.
Of course, the 1st position. Yep. I would like to have the 2nd position, Tula's Institute, first on the stage. And the 1st position is for Chitkara University. Please be ready with us.
Huge round of applause for Chitkara University. Let's have Chitkara University awardees. Many congratulations for being on the 1st position. Let's have the group on stage to receive the award. Let's put our hands together, everyone. Truly deserving. What an amazing innovation. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together.
Nancy, thank you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. I know people are really excited. Especially, we have a lot of fangirls following who follow her for her style and, you know, her fashionable clothes and everything. So, stay tuned. This is not it. Today, we will get an opportunity to hear some insights from her. So, ladies and gentlemen, just wait for some time and then she's going to join us very shortly.
Absolutely.
All right, how many of us are excited for the next fireside chat? Can we please, only one? Is it? All right. No, I can see more hands out there at the back. So stay tuned, everyone. Something to look forward, and of course another fireside chat coming up for you shortly.
संजीव जी, मुझे पता नहीं ऐसा क्यों लगता है कि जैसे मैं आपको देखता हूँ मुझे लगता है there's so much of wisdom that could come out of you, and there are so many students sitting here with us. So आप हमारे जो futurepreneurs हैं, I'm sure a lot of people, because in the morning we had a very different audience. Each time the audience is changing. So what is your message to the youth, if I may ask? Sanjeev ji, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Sanjeev ji one more time.
पॉलिटिकल स्टेटमेंट नहीं दे सकते भाई हम लोग.
हाँ नहीं बिल्कुल. I found this for the futurepreneurs.
Yeah. I think in next 5 years, if anybody can look out for something, that would be one, which is entrepreneurs. And the second piece is that if any industry which is gonna be the largest employer in India and in the world will be the entrepreneur as an industry. The startups ecosystem will be the largest employer. The third thing is India and the Bharat, and this is my yesterday evening's and today morning's favorite statement, that if Bharat entrepreneurs were to see, or the world has to see the Bharat entrepreneurs in a way, question mark, what would it look like? The Bharat entrepreneurs in the future by the world. My answer is North Star that gives the direction for the world. The Bharat entrepreneur will give the direction of entrepreneurs to the world. And that is what I see. And I look forward to you to contribute to that journey of Viksit Bharat. All the best, guys. Enjoy your life. Have full fun. God bless you.
Thank you, Sanjeev ji. And a lot of people already know Sanjeev ji here, but I would like to give an introduction. That's Sri Sanjeev Kumar Gupta ji, CEO of Karnataka Digital Economy Mission. Please give a big hand for him, sir. It's a pleasure having you here with us. So, Meg, we are just waiting for the moment, I'm sure. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back again. Startup Mahakumbh 2025. And we are all set for the next panel discussion right up on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, कहा जाता है कि इंडिया में सिर्फ 3 चीजें बड़ी कमाल तरीके से चलती है. इसको हम पॉलिटिक्स, जो कि हमारे साथ यहाँ पे रहा, दूसरा क्रिकेट जो हम रोज देखते हैं, and then of course the Bollywood. So we are deeply inspired by these 3 things, be it politics, cricket and Bollywood. And of course we have one of the ladies probably who is a biggest inspiration to all the girls sitting here in this house. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to call upon stage, please give a big round of applause for the one and only Sonam Kapoor Ahuja.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for gorgeous Sonam Kapoor Ahuja. Sonam, very warm welcome at day 3. Start.
Everyone, can we make some noise for Sonam? Everyone. How many Sonam fans we have in the house? All the fans make some noise? All right, perfect. Sonam, welcome to Startup Mahakumbh 2025. So many founders, entrepreneurs sitting here in this room. Looking forward to hear from you.
Absolutely. Sonam, since you're here, we would love to have that opportunity to hear from you. And the next topic is very interesting. It is from the boardroom to the spotlight, navigating the ecosystem. And for this, I would like to call our moderator on stage, Mr. Mohit Bhasin, Partner Economic Growth, KPMG.
Bhasin sir, welcome back.
Welcome back.
Surely looking forward for this panel discussion.
Namaste. Hello, everybody. Is my voice clear?
Thank you for joining, Sonam. A pleasure having you, and thank you everyone for this overwhelming participation, which I could definitely guess. Especially this entire forum is full of a lot of youth, a lot of energy. Last 2.5 days has been full of energy. When you walk through the corridors, when you attend these kind of forums, there's a lot of energy we have. And thank you, Sonam, for you are fairly unique in our Indian landscape. Being an icon in the film industry, moving to a totally different stream of an entrepreneurial business-owned journey, it has been definitely an experience, I'm sure, for you. So, I would like all of our audience to take an inspiration from a woman entrepreneur, especially moving from one level of orbit to another equally powerful and a shining level of orbit. I would like you to share your experience rather than me speaking, that how do you see that change has happened for you?
See, honestly, when you are any sort of, if you're a worker and if you like to do research and you like to read, I think it's very easy to kind of do well in things that you're passionate about. And whatever I choose to do or decide to do, I always have the right people guiding me and listening. I listen a lot. I feel it's very important to listen and to learn. I think, when we were walking in, you said, I'm not used to this. You must be used to this. I am never used to it. I think the one thing is you should never think you're good. I feel you should keep striving to be better and do better and learn more and never feel कि मुझे सब कुछ आता है, मुझे सब कुछ पता है, मैं सब कुछ कर सकती हूँ. So I've never had that attitude. मुझे कुछ नहीं पता है, मुझे कुछ नहीं आता है और मुझे करना पड़ेगा, मेहनत करना पड़ेगा और मुझे सीखना पड़ेगा. I think that is the one attitude you need to have in whatever business you're in, whatever you can, whatever you want to do, and that's the only way to succeed. Humility.
Indeed, thank you. It's a pretty impressive message for all of us. Whatever you are trying to do as an individual, in whatever professional or personal capacity, the appetite to learn
100%
from your surroundings, be it your seniors or even your juniors or counterparts, colleagues, the entire mindset, the humbleness and the appetite to learn is all what makes a big difference. Now moving up the ladder and becoming an icon in the film industry at a point in time, and I know you have delivered some fantastic movies which we all love to watch, and I like taking polls from the audience, but this time I'm not going to ask them that who does not know you. I am sure everybody would have watched that. So moving to that journey and from there moving to the corporate side of it, being a women entrepreneur, managing and being a part of your business, family business, investing yourself, how do you see the challenges unfolding vis-a-vis that life versus the life of the corporate?
As an actor, you are working for someone, right? You are an individual. You have to do your work and then you leave. There is no like I don't know how to explain it. Like now when I'm working with my husband or with my father-in-law, there is I'm doing both, but that is a more long-term, more investment is needed mentally, emotionally, physically, right? It's a long race. In films, it's like, you're an athlete. It's that film, that point, and you go there almost like a consultant. You go there, you do your job, and you leave. Right? So it's different. It's not, being an entrepreneur, being a part of a business and running a business is very different from being an actor, where you're going there and you're doing one thing and then you like my sister is more an entrepreneur. As a producer, where you're building a company over there, right? She's building AKFC, she's building that, you're building a brand, you're building a company. I go there, I work, I get my money and I leave. You know what I'm saying? It's very different.
So, if I understand correctly, entrepreneurship journey is more like a long haul.
Yeah, it's a lambi race ka ghoda jo bolte hai na. It's that it's not, and I've noticed a lot of people are creating businesses that they want to flip very quickly, and that I feel never works, right? Don't build something to sell it. Build something that will have longevity. Eventually that will only sell better, right? And that's what I've learned. Whatever little bit I've learned from my dad or from my sister, anybody, my father-in-law and my husband and whatever, that's what I've learned. That when you build something, don't build it because you think this is going to be the next unicorn, this is going to be the next something. You have to build it because you believe in it, and you build it because you really feel that the consumer needs it, the world needs it, and you want to build a legacy.
I'm just trying to correlate the first two responses you have given, and I've been meeting a lot of colleagues here, and I would say 9.9 out of 10 members who walk into me and say, "Sir, are you an investor?" Right? I would like you to invest. Right? It's not about raising an investment. It's about learning from someone, what you said in the first response, right? And then trying to understand from your ecosystem to build that next level. Investment will fall in. It is very easy to raise investment in a country like India, which is booming. Then getting that one advice, which is a breakthrough, right? I'm sure you must have gone through a lot of challenges in your business journey, building up your own enterprise, building up your startup ecosystem around. What are some of the challenges you have faced, and is there anything unique you would like to call out being a women entrepreneur, and any lesson for our budding women entrepreneurs or existing women entrepreneurs here?
See, honestly, I come from a place of privilege, right? It's not like, so I have a kind of safety net for me in a lot of ways. So I don't think I have, my challenge is to kind of invest in things that I feel like I believe in. I honestly don't think there's any challenges for me really. I have to be very, very honest. My challenge is to look at people who need that idea, and that for me is my responsibility and the privilege that I have, that I owe that responsibility to. So I'm like, okay, this is where I come from, this is what I have from the very beginning, whether I was my father's daughter or I am my father-in-law's daughter-in-law. I feel it comes with a lot of privilege, and it's to use that in the right way and the most responsible way. That is my challenge.
I'm sure. So when you are coming with that privilege background, it also comes with a lot of responsibilities.
Exactly. That's exactly what I mean, yeah.
Right? And then it also gives you a difficult level in your mind that, am I performing and meeting that expectation?
100%. But at the same time, you also have a responsibility to redistribute what you've got, right? It's very, very important. So it's also very important to invest in like homegrown brands, to invest in brands that you feel are helping society, there's in some way, it's not only about making that buck, but it's also about making sure that there's got longevity in it, and it's like female entrepreneurs, investing in female entrepreneurs, because that's what is needed right now, right? As the idea is to invest responsibly as well and ethically as well. That is what the responsibility is.
No, definitely. I totally sync up with you with the kind of privilege and the responsibility giving back to the society is equally thing. I think as an entrepreneur, if one starts to think long term, one starts to think building grounds up for a longer period, and especially if you can complement that with the intent of giving back, it's the right package which most of us can build in your narrative. And if you go with this narrative and call out in the market, friends, the money is not a problem.
Yeah, I think idealism, to be idealistic is now not, I feel a lot, it's looked down upon to have idealism in whatever you do. Because only when I feel if you're idealistic and you look towards doing to invest in the right thing, eventually everything comes. There's the law of karma, right? Invest, it's like a bank balance. You have to put in the right area to get the returns.
Absolutely, and I think it starts with your thinking first.
Yeah.
Then your approach of what you're doing, right? Exactly. If you're thinking right, you talk right, you behave right, and then your things become quite visible on that.
200%.
Now, moving from some of the lessons, being a fashion icon to the business icon, what are the few messages you would like to deliver to some of our friends here? Because maintaining that status quo in itself is a big, demanding, role.
I don't know if I think you don't mind working hard towards something if you're enjoying it and you feel like you're being yourself. I have always unapologetically been myself, whether it was the clothes I wore, the films I chose, or whatever business I chose to invest in. I really do not believe you need to pander to what society expects from you. You need to just be yourself, be idealistic, be kind, be open-minded, and learn. And things just fall the way they're supposed to fall.
Now, so what is changing in the current landscape? This entire initiative of Startup India started roughly 9 years back. We have some overwhelming numbers in terms of unicorns, in terms of startup, in terms of funding. The orbit is changing now. We have become much more agile. we are also trying to bring inclusivity with a special call out of newer segments, especially the women-led entrepreneurship. Even yesterday we have talked about a new segment which is student entrepreneurship, bringing students from school to become an entrepreneur. We are calling it as a youth entrepreneur, right? What's your take on terms of exploring these new segments of entrepreneurship which is led by, let's say, a young entrepreneur or a women entrepreneur? Any thoughts on that?
You know, we should be looked at, India should be looked at as a land of opportunity. And the more we kind of explore, we give voice and we give a stage to all kinds of people, and we are inclusive of them, it will truly become that, because we have the potential to, and clearly the numbers show that we are that. So we need to make sure that we keep indulging in the right direction of being inclusive in who we're investing in, because everybody who is anybody was not somebody when they started, right? So you never know who that person is going to be or that company is going to be. So you have to keep your eyes and ears open, and this is a great initiative to give somebody a platform to become that somebody.
Thank you so much. I think I have been literally firing questions back to back. Just a last one, if you were to, think what next, what would you prefer to be called out as Sonam as an actor or Sonam as a businesswoman?
Honestly, I feel a woman can do it all. I don't think a man can.
No doubt about it.
I feel we are like fantastic multitaskers and we can do whatever. So I'm always going to be a mom first. That is my number one priority, because I'm still building the future of India with my child. I think that's what we all do as mothers, giving the right learnings and guidance and everything. That is my biggest project. And then it's my family, my husband, but I will always be an actor. That is my family legacy. That is who I am. I am Sonam Kapoor first. And I love doing business as well and investing in business. The film industry is one of the biggest industries, one of the biggest businesses, and we are constantly making startups over there in our films. Yeah.
So I think no one can complain that I have too much on my plate and I have to do too many things with this committee.
100 and 200%. I think whenever you tell any woman that, and say, oh, मैं थक गया, मैं आ गया काम से, they have no idea कि घर पे क्या हो रहा है पूरा दिन.
So true, so true.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so
much. A big round of applause
Thank
for
you so
Sonam Kapoor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vaseem. Thank you so much once again. Our respected minister is on the round. He'll be here with us any moment soon. So we're just waiting for him, and then we'll continue with the ceremony.
All right. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting for Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, and let me tell you, he is going to join us very shortly. So let's wait for some time, and we are going to give him a grand welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to remind you that we are going to have Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry joining us very shortly.
नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने स्टार्टअप इंडिया मिशन की नींव रखी।
देश में ऐसे नौजवानों को तैयार करें जिसको कभी किसी पर निर्भर न रहना पड़े। मेरे देश का नौजवान जॉब सीकर नहीं, जॉब क्रिएटर बनना चाहिए। मेरा देश का नौजवान मांगने वाला नहीं, देने वाला बनना चाहिए।
आज मेरे साथ 1,60,000 से अधिक स्टार्टअप जुड़ चुके हैं। इनोवेशन से 15 लाख से अधिक नौकरियां बनी हैं। मैं भारत के 95% से अधिक जिलों तक अपनी पहचान बना चुका हूं। टियर 2 और टियर 3 शहरों में भी मैं तेजी से बढ़ रहा हूं। मैं हर साल नई ऊंचाइयों को छू रहा हूं। मैं स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ आज भारत के सबसे बड़े स्टार्टअप इवेंट के रूप में खड़ा हूं, जहां आइडियाज मिलते हैं, संभावनाएं बढ़ती हैं और और स्टार्टअप्स भविष्य बनाते हैं। तो आइए इस नवाचार के महाकुंभ में भारत को दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप हब बनाने का सपना साकार करें।
Ladies and gentlemen, we're all set for the next session and the award ceremony. We request all the awardees to please be patient and maintaining the decorum of the event. We request you to please be there wherever you are, and if you can please have some more space in this passage, since we have the console is very close to you guys. So we request if you can all please come forward and don't bend on the console, please. Thank you.
Challenge for Startup Mahakam 2 was almost taken up from the dais of Startup Mahakam 1, and what we have today is 3 times bigger.
स्टार्टअप महाकुंभ 2025, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री श्री पीयूष गोयल जी। पीयूष गोयल जी के लिए जोरदार तालियां। पीयूष जी, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। अ वेरी वार्म वेलकम टू यू।
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's put our hands together and give a warm, warm welcome to Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, Shri Piyush Goyal ji.
We request all our dignitaries to join us on stage, and we request everyone.
We'll request everyone at the back to please be seated while we are going to call our dignitaries to take the dais.
A very warm welcome, पीयूष जी। और आपके साथ मैं इस मंच पर बुलाना चाहूंगा श्री संजीव जी को, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी DPIIT, श्री अखिलेश वरियार जी, डायरेक्टर NCIIPC, Miss Sonali Rora, Senior Executive Vice President, SGFC. Shri Amit Kumar, Deputy General Manager and Regional Manager, ECGC. Shri Prashant Prakash ji, Founding Partner, Excel India, ACT Grants. Shri Sanjeev ji, Joint Secretary, DPIIT. Shri Amardeep Singh Bhatia ji, Secretary, DPIIT.
A very warm welcome to all our dignitaries. Thank you so much for being part of this day and gracing Day 3 Startup Mahakumbh.
Aman ji, a very warm welcome to you as well. Thank you for joining us back. Shri Akhilesh Variaji, Director, NCIIPC. If you're around, sir, we request your presence upon the stage. We would like to begin with Shri Sanjeev ji, Joint Secretary, DPIIT, to please join us for the keynote address. Please give a big round of applause for Shri Sanjeev ji, everyone. Sanjeev ji, welcome back, sir.
नमस्कार आदरणीय पीयूष गोयल सर, हमारे सम्मानीय सेक्रेटरी भाटिया सर, प्रशांत प्रकाश सर, सृष्टिराज जी, सोनाली, आज शायद मेरे सपनों के साकार होने का दिन है, आप सभी के सपनों का साकार होने का दिन है। आज मैं आपसे ये कहूंगा कि आज से कुछ महीनों पहले ही हमारे माननीय सेक्रेटरी साहब जब स्टार्टअप डे की परिकल्पना कर रहे थे तो उस समय स्टार्टअप महारथी चैलेंज की चर्चा हुई और आज 3 महीने के दौरान ही इतनी बड़ी तादाद में और इतनी बड़ी संख्या में कभी भी भारत के स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम के लिए सरकार और कॉरपोरेट्स के द्वारा ऐसा ग्रैंड चैलेंज नहीं किया गया है और ये अभी केवल शुरुआत है। इस साल हम लोगों ने एक अपना ध्येय रखा था कि करीब 75 ग्रैंड चैलेंज करेंगे, पर जो आज आप लोगों का एनर्जी है, जो एक ऑर्गेनिक पार्टिसिपेशन है, आई एम श्योर वी विल बी डूइंग हंड्रेड्स ऑफ ग्रैंड चैलेंज विद हेल्प ऑफ ईच ऑफ यू। एंड मैं अब ज्यादा कुछ नहीं कहना चाहूंगा, मैं यही कहूंगा कि सर का जो एक विजन था, हम देश को स्टार्टअप्स के लिए एक ऐसा जगह बनाएं कि सबसे अच्छी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, प्रिसीजन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, डीप टेक और इस तरह की स्टार्टअप्स यहां से पैदा हों जिनका लोहा पूरा विश्व मानेगा। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Now I request Shri Amit Kumar ji, Deputy General Manager and Regional Manager ECGC, to please come forward for the keynote address. Shri Amit Kumar ji.
Yes, please.
Sir, right there. Thank you.
Very good afternoon to the Honorable Minister, respected members on the dais and esteemed entrepreneurs. It is an honor to stand before you at this Startup Mahakumbh, a festival of ideas, resilience and groundbreaking ventures. Today, as you embark on your entrepreneurial journey, I bring you the unwavering support of ECGC, an institution committed to empowering Indian business on the global stage. Startups are the backbone of a nation's progress, the harbinger of change and the architect of future. However, the path of entrepreneurship is challenging. You will face financial constraints, market uncertainties, and global competition. But remember, every great enterprise was once just an idea with perseverance. At ECGC, we understand these challenges and we stand ready to support your dreams. Whether you are venturing into exports or expanding new markets, our credit risk insurance and trade facilities ensure that you take bold steps with confidence. We urge you to explore global opportunities fearlessly, knowing that we have your back. India's spirit of entrepreneurship is soaring, and you are the ones who will shape its destiny. From a small garage, Apple was born. From a single room, Infosys took the flight. Next global giant could emerge from this very gathering. Dream big, execute relentlessly, and never stop believing. ECGC is here to guide, secure, and propel your journey. Let's build an India that is not just self-reliant, but a global leader in innovation and enterprise. Thank you. Wishing you success and prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amit ji, for your insights. Up next, I would like to invite on the dais Shri Prashant Prakash ji, founding partner, Excel India ACT Grants. Prashant ji. Can we please give a big round of applause for Shri Prakash ji?
Good evening. How do you all feel? How's the energy in the room? Great, great. So I think there's a lot of people asking, I guess, on social media and other.
I think Piyush would like to add something. Sir, मैं आपको अपना mic दे दूँ.
प्रशांत पूछ रहे हैं हाउस द एनर्जी इन द रूम. इतनी फुसकी एनर्जी दिखाओगे क्या? हाउस द जोश, हाउस द जोश. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. So I was just talking about, how, this is the Maharati Challenge is a milestone in the startup journey of our country and our nation. We are a startup ecosystem that is just 15 years old, right? And the real catalytic effort for this ecosystem came 10 years ago when our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave the clarion call for the youth of our country to really become change makers and job creators and start becoming the engine of our nation. And where are we today? So we are today a $4 trillion economy, and as we go from a $4 trillion economy to a $7-8 trillion economy and the third largest economy in the world, the Prime Minister is extremely clear in every step, every action that the government has been taking, and you saw this in the very recent budgets where there was not just 10,000 crore but multiple thousands of crores that were allocated for deep tech startups and AI, the AI entrepreneurs in our country. The Startup Maharati Challenge is one such initiative from the government, and it is the brainchild of our Secretary Amardeep Singh, with a lot of motivation and support from our Minister to make it big and large, and a lot of anchoring from Mr. Sanjeev Singh, Joint Secretary DPIIT. Why is this challenge special? This challenge is special because this is the first time all of us have heard of grand challenges in this country. We have had a grand challenge once in 3 months, once in 6 months. We have had, 1 or 2 challenges happen. But has anybody thought of having tens and hundreds of grand challenges in this country? No. So this is an effort by the government to not just encourage deep startups with just words from their side, but with true action. The idea was that we create 11 challenges, one for each of the pavilions that you saw here. And from these 11 challenges, we got 2,400 startups that were evaluated. And from the 2,400 startups, today you will see 240 startups that have been selected to get grants. This is not money that where the government or the private entity here is taking any equity. It is equity free. It is a free grant to the company without any equity. So we would today see these startups get not only cash prizes but recognition from DPIIT and recognition from the government, which will motivate them to go and build these next generation of startups. And a lot of them you will see today are startups that are innovative, startups that leverage technology, startups that are going to really build these new, novel, differentiated startups from our country, which not only get benchmarked for the best in the country, but now which will get benchmarked for being globally capable. We would not have dreamt this 10 years ago. But I'm so happy that this partnership between the private entities and the government is now is not one dimension anymore, is multidimensional, and I'm glad to say that the response this year is so encouraging, and the Honorable Minister also has encouraged us to say that next year we have to have 2 to 3 times the number of challenges, and the capital allocation, I'm confident, will also be upwards of 2 to 3 times. So thank you all for participating, and we as a nation we are at pole position now to really lead the global, the aspiration to be the technology hub and the technology leader globally. Thank you.
Can you please give a big round of applause for Prashantji, everyone? Up next, I would like to invite on the dais Ms. Sonali Rora, Senior Executive Vice President, HDFC. Big hand for the lady, everyone.
So let me start by saying, Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyal ji, respected Secretary and respected Joint Secretary, members of the organizing committee, and all the startup founders and my friends in this room. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here today, and the energy in this room is extremely palpable. So a big round of applause for everyone for making it here today, and to the government for putting up something like this, which is really shows India's capability and power that we have on the global stage, given the innovations coming out of India. I think I walked around the pavilion as I was telling the minister, and it's quite fascinating to see the kind of indigenous developments that are happening, whether it is around equipments for agriculture, whether it is around agentic AI, or whether it's around sustainability. I think there's a big story unfolding here, and India is really becoming a lab where we are seeing lots of new experiments and businesses being born. It's a privilege as India's largest private sector bank to have partnered with DPIIT to be here as part of the Maharathi Challenge. And it's been amazing 3 days, as I said, and all of you here, I think you are the future. There's a lot of energy and enthusiasm that we see, and nothing succeeds like hope. At the end of the day, we